Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call to order our City Council regular adjourned meeting of March 3rd, 2026. I'd like to begin with a pledge to the flag, and I'd like to invite down Zoe Nichols of Maricosta High School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Zoe, I'd like to invite your principal down, maybe to explain a little bit about why you were selected to lead us in the pledge, but you did that beautifully.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Jennifer Wynn, proud principal at Maricosta High School. I had the distinct pleasure to be able to nominate a student to come and deliver the pledge to the City of Manhattan Beach this evening. And it was a no-brainer to select Zoe Nichols. And if you don't know, she recently delivered a TEDx talk at Costa in November, and it was selected as one of the high editors' picks, and you'll be able to see it publicized hopefully very soon. But specifically, she wasn't nominated for her TEDx talk. She was nominated because of who she is as a student and as a human being. She's part of our different committees on campus, such as our EDSJI committee and our No Place for Hate, along with all of her academic studies that she loads her schedule for. Zoe is just a completely wonderful, thoughtful, intentional, kind person. And I could not think of anyone else who fit this role more than Zoe. And I'm going to miss her when she graduates this year, but so grateful to have been able to experience my time with her and the wonderful positive interactions that she's had with all our staff and our students. So congratulations, Zoe. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Zoe, I can echo many of those comments based on conversations we've had because you've been involved in Leadership Manhattan Beach and many other initiatives in the community. What is your current greatest interest besides studying, which I know you do a bit of?
I do love reading. I'm super into some religious satire, super funny, as well as Twilight. I'm a huge Twilight fan, but yeah, I would say reading is my favorite pastime.
Fantastic. Thank you for leading us in the pledge to the flag on behalf of all our colleagues, and to have our colleagues come down, and then we get to present you with Proclamation and, wait for it, a city pin.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah. We want to get you in with the perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so curious.
So we're not putting our chairs back because we are going to do a roll call first, and then we're going to move on to our ceremonial calendar. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Tarnay?
Here.
Councilmember Sherillian?
Here.
Councilmember Haworth?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Here.
Mayor Lesser?
Here. And now we move on to our ceremonial calendar. We have one item, which is a presentation of a proclamation declaring March 2026 as International Long COVID Awareness Day. And we have with us Dr. Elham Raker. Dr. Raker is a resident, and she can describe how long-haul COVID has impacted her, both in her practice, but more particularly her family. Dr. Raker?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for having me and agreeing to this proclamation. Long COVID has been a big part of our lives. Sorry, today was a particularly tough day. My daughter got long COVID at the age of 12, and she's been infected with the virus twice, which has severely affected her. I'm just going to go through some slides to just give you some stats. Thank you. So currently, these stats, we have to look with a grain of salt because it's really hard to estimate given how hard it is to diagnose. We don't really have any kind of perfect testing to know who has long COVID or not, given the fact that also most people aren't testing for COVID anymore. So if you do become ill with these symptoms, you may not associate it with a COVID infection, which is one of the criteria. So it's estimated about 67% of the US adults, so that's about 20 million people in the US. More than 1 in 5 infected adults develop persistent symptoms, and it's recognized under the ADA. Fatigue, cognitive function dysautonomia, which many people are starting to hear something called POTS, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. You stand up, your heart rate stays elevated, it doesn't respond like it should be, and that comes with a lot of other disabilities. So these are kind of the things that we're seeing coming up more and more. Pediatric long COVID. So 1 to 5%, although again, I do think these could be much higher, and we're just not catching all of it, unfortunately. In pediatrics, fatigue, headache, abdominal pain, dizziness, and brain fog are very common. In the UK, which they're actually a little bit ahead of us in long COVID, maybe they got hit sooner, but they've been studying it a bit longer. 1 in 20 children still symptomatic at 8 to 12 weeks. And I would say that's probably at a year or two, we're still seeing some symptoms. For children, of course, the main issue is school and being able to attend school, or if they can't attend school, how we can accommodate them. So 504 plans or IEPs are definitely needed. This is a recent JAMA article, talks about a lot of the symptoms by age, and in this article they found that it's about 6 million kids in the US affected, which makes it the most common chronic illness above asthma in the US. So as we see, long COVID is causing prolonged absences in school. Being on the board of the Medical Advisory Committee for MBUSD, we definitely talk about more kids getting sick, more kids needing more help. The POTS diagnosis has come up. Parents have to reduce their work hours so that they can be there for their kids. Accommodations are beyond important, the flexibility, good ventilation at schools. And unfortunately, in LA, you would think we'd have good access to pediatric clinics, but there isn't any really for long COVID. So kids in the Western US are really stuck trying to find where to go. So this is a big issue that I'm really glad that our city is recognizing. LA County is recognizing it for the first time. So I think awareness is going to make a big difference for how we can help all these people get help that they need.
Doctor, if you wanted to say anything to those that might be watching this who might suspect that there's symptoms of long COVID, is there a general or emerging best practice on what the recommendation would be?
There's places like the Bateman-Horn Center and Sinai Core that have come up with best practices, and that's a good place to look. Always check with your pediatrician. We always hope that they start learning more about it and hopefully can guide you. I'd say the things with kids that's really tough is it's waxing and waning. One day kids can go to school, the next day they can't. We start to think about school avoidance, but if it's something new and you really think something's going on, please pursue it. You know your kids best and make sure you advocate for them. It's not clear-cut, so it's really hard for many parents and unfortunately many physicians as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for being here. We have a proclamation, which I will give to you, and it's hardly something we're celebrating, but I appreciate you for bringing this to the community's attention. So thank you. Thank you for being here. If you want to get a picture with our... We now move on to item number E, the approval of the agenda and waiver of full reading of ordinances. At first, I wanted to indicate that at a request, there's been a suggestion that we move item number 10, which is the emergency notification item, to the first item of general business. So it would just go one place ahead, and without objection, that would be part of the motion for approving the agenda. Also, are there any council members that would like to pull items?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 7.
Okay, is there a motion to approve? There is, by Councilmember Tarnay, with a second by Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Call for the question.
So many motions. Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we now move on to City Council and Community Organization announcements and upcoming events. This is an opportunity for members of the public to provide a 1-minute announcement. And if you would like to provide information from your seat, please inform the city clerk or raise your hand, and we can bring a microphone to you. So for those that would like to make a community announcement, please feel free to come down to the
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials. Bobby Bell, there we go. My voice carries. Bobby Bell, WM Outreach and Educator for the beautiful city of Manhattan Beach. I just wanted to come and say thank you to Kelly from the Downtown Business Professional Association. She allowed me to table at last week's farmers market. I thought I'd just go hand out some home organic buckets, but I was really amazed at the engagement that our residents came with and the questions and being able to answer them and assist them in a lot of ways. We gave out 12 home organic pails. That's a big success for something that's really just for, home use. So thank you to Kelly. Thank you for your time. God bless. Have a great night.
Thank you, Bud.
Hello, Cassandra with the Manhattan Beach Library. I just wanted to promote one of our upcoming events, which is going to be an author talk from the writer of Odo Normal's Monsterton. She's got a very interesting name. So it's going to be Saturday, March 14th from 11 to 12. But what's fun about it is it's not just an author talk. The illustrator will be there as well and is going to teach kids some doodles. And then there will also be the musical composer from the audiobook that's going to sample some of the songs and the music and the animal noises in it and test the kids on it as well. So it should be a good time. Saturday, March 14th, 11 to 12. We'll also be participating in the Manhattan Beach Chamber of Commerce Ready, Set, Grow on Sunday, March 15th from 9 to 12. It'll be out on the patio of the library, and it'll be a lot of organizations that is geared towards preschoolers. So you can get a lot of great information from that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Lesser and members of the City Council. I'm Gil Gamboa, your city engineer, and I'm here tonight to announce the upcoming groundbreaking ceremony for the 28th Street Storm Drain Infiltration Project, which will take place at 11 a.m. on Thursday, March 5th this week. The ceremony will be held at the northeast corner of Manhattan Avenue and 26th Street. This ceremonial event marks the official launch of the construction phase as we prepare to begin construction mobilization at the end of the month. So in the coming weeks, the public will begin to see preliminary activities, including site preparation, temporary construction traffic striping, installation of the project signage, and construction fencing and other typical construction mobilization will follow as we move closer to active construction. Staff will also hold a community outreach meeting on Thursday, March 19th from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. at the Jocelyn Center. And then during that meeting, we will review construction schedule, discuss anticipated activities and impacts, and then that are going to occur during the first phase of the work, and then answer any questions from residents and stakeholders. So we encourage the residents and interested parties to stay informed by visiting the project webpage and by following the city's social media channels for ongoing updates during construction. More information can be found at www.manhattanbeach.gov/infiltration project, and the project manager is Eddie Peck, who can be reached at epech@manhattanbeach.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Gil. Other members of the public in chambers would you like to come down and make a community announcement? We'll wait for public comment to make an announcement. Public comment? Okay. In which case, Brianna, is anybody on Zoom that would like to make a public comment? Excuse me, a community announcement of an upcoming event.
Yes, we have Lisa.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and Manhattan Beach City Council. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please proceed.
Great. Okay, my name is Lisa Coppage, and I'm one of the 4 founders of Grades of Green. Grades of Green is an environmental education nonprofit founded in the Manhattan Beach Unified School District almost 20 years ago. The mission is to inspire kids in the broader school community to care for the environment. And this is what brings me to public comment tonight. Grades of Green has submitted a proposal to the city to jointly work together for a community tree planting in honor of Earth Day and Arbor Day. The event is proposed to be held on Saturday, April 18th from 10 to 1 p.m. to plant 8 trees, 1 for each school, on the Veterans Parkway across from Jocelyn Center. Thank you to the City Council for dedicating staff time to working on this tree planting event. I have met with both the urban forester, Ernest Aria, and the sustainability manager, Brittany Koki. Ernest has located 8 spots on Veterans Parkway in the type of tree, which is a beautiful California sycamore. I want to also thank the council for voting unanimously on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, the CAP plan. It is well written and is very important for our city to start planning for climate change for the next 10, 20, and 30 years. This is incredible leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
A fun fact. Did
Lisa?
you know that in the CAP plan, trees are mentioned over 150 times? Did you know the words education and educate are in there 55 times?
Excuse me, Lisa. So actually, this is the community announcement where we're talking about upcoming events, but you've made a great presentation. And if you'd like, you have another opportunity to speak, if you'd like, during public comment,
Okay,
which
I'll
is coming
finish
up
it off.
next.
Sorry, I didn't realize this was the preamble to this. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public on Zoom that would like to participate in making a public comment? Excuse me. See, I've made the mistake myself. A community announcement, so that's why that might have been confusing.
No further requests on Zoom.
All right. Colleagues, any announcements?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Thank you. So once again, I want to thank American Martyrs 5th grade class. I believe they're studying social studies, and they each one of them made these wonderful handmade cards to the council members here, thanking them for the work that we do, and it's just a terrific visual sign of children participating in the process. So thank you to those students and their parents. There was one, however, who said that he wanted us to make rad e-bikes legal, so a little bit of push in there. But speaking about e-bikes, I have another important community announcement. I was at the bike store the other day, and there was an announcement there that they had posted of a battery recall for the same rad type of, sorry, it's just a little hard to read here, for the rad power bikes with the numbers RP-1304 and HLRP S1304. So those batteries are being recalled because of spontaneous fire issues when they are being charged. So once again, exercise safe e-bike battery charging procedures. Try to do it outside if it's at all possible, or a place where if there is a spontaneous fire that it can be controlled a little bit more. But I think City Manager Mirzakanian, are we going to be posting this somewhere in our social media?
Yes, we're working on posting them on our fire socials.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Horwath.
Well, and I would ask actually that we post it on our entire social, because I don't necessarily get fire socials, but I get from the city. And I know that we have, in the past 3 years, had a fire that started because of an e-bike battery. So, yeah, thank you. If that's,
Any other
my
council
colleagues
member?
support that.
If not, I first wanted to acknowledge and say thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing up the cards that we received from American Martyrs. As mayor, I sent a thank you note, but you really have to see these. These are really adorable, creative, thoughtful, personalized to each of us from their class. It may have been a class assignment, just saying. But nonetheless, the thoughtfulness of the cards is very much appreciated. I also wanted to announce my upcoming Coffee with the Mayor. This coming Friday, March 6th at 9 a.m. at the Metlocks Plaza will be my monthly meeting with residents to talk about whatever you want to talk about. It can be a specific issue. It can be one of the policy issues that we're addressing as a city. I look forward to engaging with residents. These have been really enjoyable and great interactions so far. So please come on down Friday, March 6th, 9 a.m. at Metlocks Plaza. All right. With that, we'll now move on to public comments. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address an item that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city for up to 3 minutes. If you want to speak on an item that's on our agenda, we ask that you either speak now or when the item is called, but not both times. If you would like for a member of our staff to bring a microphone to you in your seat, please just raise your hand or come to our city clerk and we can bring you a microphone. So with that, members of the public, would you like to make public comment? Please. Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor Lester and Council. My name is JT Kaplan, and I'm a senior at Maricosta. Also in council chambers with me are about 15 other members of our cross-country team. We are here tonight to invite the Manhattan Beach community to participate in the Epilepsy Walk on March 14th, either in person at the Rose Bowl or as a virtual walker in honor of our inspiring cross-country teammate and friend, Ryan James. Ryan was in his first month at UCLA when he had a breakthrough seizure in his sleep, which resulted in sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, or SUDEP. Ryan was someone who truly made everyone smile around him. His contributions to the many organizations and teams that he was a part of truly brought light to other people's lives. And especially on the cross-country team, his ability to put others before himself and really foster a supportive community are something that we'll remember for years to come. And even though Ryan is sadly no longer with us, his legacy remains, and it is powerful. Even today, my teammates, and I speak for both myself and the rest of the cross-country team when I say every day we strive to be more like Ryan and to exemplify all the amazing characteristics that made him so special. And now, joining and being a part of his legacy is easy when you can join the team Run for Ryan. Our team page can be found at give.classy.org/runforryan. Once again, if you want to write it down or make note of it, our team name is give.classy.org/runforryan. Epilepsy is the 4th most common neurological disorder in the world. If you have epilepsy, surges of electrical activity in your brain can cause recurring seizures. In the U.S., about 3.4 million people have epilepsy. About 1 out of every 1,000 people with epilepsy die from SUDEP each year, including our good friend Ryan. There has been some progress with epilepsy research, but there is much more work to be done. All money raised at the Epilepsy Walk goes to the Epilepsy Foundation Los Angeles, which is a resource for families impacted by epilepsy. We really hope that the Manhattan Beach community members will join Team Run for Ryan in memory of our Maricosta cross-country teammate and friend, Ryan James. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you to members of the team for coming down. Councilmember Tarnay.
JT, can you come back down? I have a question for you. If someone is unable to physically show up to do the walk that day, can they still participate?
Yes, it's you can either register to be an in-person walker or a virtual walker, and both signing up for either one is very helpful. And if you can't make it in person, we'd really appreciate it if you can sign up to be a virtual walker.
Thank you.
And you can donate, which, right, just with the, even if you're not.
Yes.
Sorry, we're trying to coach you in how to.
Please sign up to be a virtual walker because that donation really helps. Yeah.
And your team name, is it Run for Ryan or?
Yep. Team name is Run for Ryan.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for coming down tonight. Thank you for your remarks. Are there any other members of the public in chambers that would like to make public comment this evening?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, city officials, and community members. My name is John Sparrow. I'm the CEO for USA Volleyball. I came here to speak today to talk about the City of Manhattan Beach's integration into the LA Olympics and through the sport of volleyball. It has come to my attention that there's not a current operating agreement for the Manhattan Beach Open. And I'd like to propose that USA Volleyball acts as the sole operator of this iconic event with partnership with the city. I have a brief deck here to go through. As you know, you have an incredible event that we often within the volleyball community refer to as the Wimbledon of the sport. As a nonprofit, our strategic intent would be to come in and to elevate this equity on a global stage, not extract value from it. Next slide.
I'm sorry, can I have not seen the deck before. I'm just curious, how many slides do you have?
7. It's real brief, and I can be within 3 minutes.
Usually we have pre-approval of the deck, like what has been shown before. If there's not objection, Mr. Seaver?
Mayor, we did approve
Okay,
the deck.
this is news to me, and if there's no objection, council, you may proceed.
Thank you. As an NGB, our purpose is, of course, to increase access to our sport. So with this in mind, we would guarantee local access, and we also are in the mission to serve kids, and we believe youth sports has an incredible impact on the development of our young people, so we would ensure a deep youth integration. We understand this is a neighborhood event, would take care to ensure the community felt like it was appropriate scale and to leave a lasting legacy of impact. Thank you. You can refer to this slide later. But this is what success looks like for us: predictable execution, transparent governance, and of course, integration into the Olympic qualification process on the front end. Community outcomes are youth clinics and volunteer engagement, of course, sustainability. Business outcomes are up to the city to determine the scale at which you'd want to go here. We could certainly make it global and expand. If you wanted to keep it local and community, we can certainly do that within our business model. And of course, elite competition and athlete services. As the national governing body, I think it's most important to communicate with this slide that we run elite level events. As one Olympic partner told us, we run 3 events the size of the Winter Olympics 3 times a month for 8 months of the year, so we can run high level events. And we wanted to let you know that we were very stable financially. In LA 28, it'll actually be our 100th year anniversary, and what I wanted to share with you as a nonprofit our revenues. So this is our total 10-year trends, and we've been profitable for the last 9 years straight. And there's an opportunity for significant global alignment, not only on the front end as we look to integrate Manhattan Beach Open into the Olympic qualification process, but on the back end. It turns out that the schedule fits so that the week after the Olympic Games would be the Manhattan Beach Open, so it could be a post-Olympic celebration of the Olympic moment. And finally, we seek a multi-year agreement starting in 2027, where we ensure the City Council has complete visibility and strategic control over this crown jewel. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, as I know this is a big event for the city.
I think not at this time.
Okay.
Obviously, there will be a contract process, I assume, but thank you for making your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other public comments?
Good evening, Mayor Lesser and members of the council and staff. I'm here tonight to speak publicly about the October 2nd incident investigation findings at the Chevron El Segundo refinery.
If I may, I'd like to ask for your permission to use our shared time for a total of approximately 6 minutes to share with you what we've learned.
I'm going to make that subject to council, and we'll obviously have you fully introduce yourself.
Yes,
Any
sir.
objection by council?
not.
So, two representative of the Chevron Refinery in El Segundo, please.
Thank you. My name is Brian Stock, and I am the director for the Chevron El Segundo Refinery. I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Jessica Vincent. As you'll recall, at approximately 9:31 p.m. on the evening of October 2nd, 2025, there was a loss of containment and fire in the Isamax hydroprocessing unit at the southeast corner of the Chevron facility. The Isamax is one of 8 primary processing units that produces jet fuel in the refinery. For those who witnessed the fire, the flames that night were bright and tall. We've now learned that the failure was isolated to one location and one component. What residents would have seen that night was a combination of flame from the single fire and flames from our safety flares, which were activated that night, acting as they should to safely depressure the plant. Within 45 seconds, our automated safety shutdown systems were activated, and Chevron response teams, including our refinery fire department, alongside El Segundo and Manhattan Beach fire departments, worked together to safely extinguish the fire by approximately 7 a.m. the next morning. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured. Shortly after that incident on October 2nd, I committed to you that I would share what happened as soon as the investigation was complete. Chevron's internal investigation was just recently completed, and it was completed by individual subject matters experts from around the company globally. Carryout's investigation report is expected to be released soon. I'm here in front of you tonight to follow through on my commitment to provide you with immediate transparency with what we know and to tell you what actions we are taking. Following the investigation, we now know that a localized section of piping, if you could advance to the next slide, please, I'm sorry. We now know that a localized section of piping at the top of one of the Isamax furnaces became thin and ultimately failed. This was due to a mechanism called hydrogen-free low-sulfur sulfidation corrosion. The slide that you see on the monitor shows a portion of the piping circuit at the top of the Isamax furnace. The green arrows show the direction that the fluid flows when the furnace is in operation. The red star identifies the location where the failure occurred, and the area in yellow identifies the closest location where we were conducting routine inspections for piping thickness. This is just 3 feet away from the failure location, and the piping was okay at that location. The investigation report indicates that the failure was due to a combination of this very specific type of corrosion plus the geometry where the flow moves from one piece of piping into another piece of piping, causing increased velocity and turbulence at that location. What's important is that today we know the cause of the failure and we know how to prevent it from happening again. I'd like to assure you that the learnings from this incident are already being shared and applied across our refinery and throughout Chevron's global operations, and this will become an industry learning as well. I'd also like to share with you that we've assessed and inspected all other furnaces in the refinery that operate under similar conditions. We have not detected concerns at any other locations. We have replaced this failed piping with alloy piping that is more resistant to this type of corrosion, and we have also added these inspection locations to our inspection program going forward, so we will be monitoring them. We're also looking at the application of advanced technologies, such as AI, to help make our processes more robust and less human dependent. We recently completed our pre-startup safety review at the Isamax unit, and Loya has endorsed that review. We're now in the early stages of restarting the Isamax plant, carefully, methodically, and safely. We expect it will take some time for the Isamax to be fully operational. When I provided an update to the council last year, I also committed to reviewing our communication effectiveness during the night of the incident, and I committed to making the necessary improvements. I'm really pleased to share with you that since the day of the incident, we have worked in partnership with the City of El Segundo and in coordination with the City of Manhattan Beach to further enhance community alerting and emergency notification systems that will provide timely, actionable guidance in the event of an incident through the integration of multiple communication channels. Chevron is committed to fully fund the personnel, equipment, and services required to support the community alerting system. I hope that by coming before you tonight, I have provided some transparency and some answers to the questions and concerns you may have. I want to reiterate that our top priority is the safety of our employees, our contract workforce, and our community. And I appreciate your time this evening, and I look forward to the opportunity to restore Chevron's good neighbor status. On a personal note, I didn't have the good fortune of knowing Ryan, but I'm incredibly impressed to see that his team showed up for him tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I have just one question, and that is, if members of the public do have questions, more follow-up information than what was just presented, how can they get that information? Is there a contact person, or will there be some information posted on the website of the refinery? Where can people go for more information?
Yeah, tonight is the first public comment. We will provide a summary statement to the council that you can make available to people.
Okay. Is there a contact person at Chevron that members of the public?
Yes, our Corporate Affairs Advisor, Jeff Wilson, would be the primary contact for that information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments in chamber? Seeing none, Brianna, is anybody on Zoom?
Yes, we have Lisa Coppage.
Part two.
Hey, hi, take two. Sorry I jumped the gun there. Do you guys want me, where do you want me to start where I stopped?
Wherever you would like to, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I was thanking you for the passing unanimously the Climate Action Adaptation Plan. And I mentioned that there's a fun fact that trees are mentioned over 150 times in the CAP plan, and education and educate are in there 55 times. So the community tree planting opportunity will not only bring the community together to celebrate the greatness Manhattan Beach City has with a Manhattan Beach tree ordinance and a staff with the urban forester and sustainability manager. I believe this event will educate the kids, the parents, and the community at large with a hands-on educational experience, supporting the importance of trees and the role in our city. I want to mention that I've also been socializing this idea with the MBUSD Green and Garden team members led by Superintendent Dr. Bose. And I've seen overwhelming support from all of them, including Nick Day's Pennycamp Garden Club adult leader with 12 members already signed up, and Vanessa Beer, the Robinson Green Club adult leader, who is a green club made of 12 4th and 5th grade members ready to go, and the American Martyr Student Council Safety and Ecology student leader who's ready to plant. I could go on with the list, though, across the district, all the schools look forward to this event. Thank you, Council, for your ongoing support and environmental stewardship. I want to also recommend that the City of Manhattan Beach applies for the Tree City USA nomination, as it would be great to proclaim this honor at the tree planting, as the city meets all the 4 requirements to apply for this. And lastly, I want to put a quick recommendation for the plastic bag ordinance that's also on the agenda tonight, which I recommend please vote for option A to continue to have Manhattan Beach be a leader and environmental steward for our kids and their future. That's all I have. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Thank you, Lisa, for your advocacy and your engagement in this. Any other questions? Thank you. Any other
thank you.
Members of the public that care to comment on Zoom, Brianna?
No further requests on Zoom.
Great. I will then close public comment. And we now move on to item H, our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 7?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Howarth with a second by Councilmember Sherrillian. Call for the question.
Motion passes 5-0.
We now move on to item I. The item is removed from the consent calendar, and that first item is item number 7, which is consideration of an Earth Day community tree planting event. This is pulled by Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you, Your Honor. I feel like Lisa 3.0 here, but I pulled this item because I'm just really proud of the way that this process worked, that Grades of Green approached us, and through our process through council, we moved it along rapidly because there was an end date with Earth Day, and we wanted to get this done. So kudos to staff for moving through this process so well that we can actually do this. I'll be present that day. I hope everyone else is as well. This is a big deal. But I just wanted to ask the Community Development Director or, Brittany for our environmental programs, if they wanted to say any additional words. I think Lisa articulated it really well. If there's anything else you want to add, maybe reiterate the time, because I know it was supposed to be April 25, but it's the 18th. Maybe you can kind of just give a quick update on the time since you have an audience.
I'm sure. No, Brittany Coker-Mullen, our environmental programs manager, can provide some brief comments.
Good evening, Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. My name is Brittany Coker-Mullen, Environmental Programs Administrator. Just to bring light to some of the details for the proposed event that is on the consent calendar, we're proposing the Earth Day community tree planting for Saturday, April 18th. This is the Saturday before Earth Day. We're proposing from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. In addition to the tree planting, which Lisa mentioned, we'll have groups of students from all 8 schools, including American Martyrs Catholic School. The general public is also welcome to join. Folks will be there. They will get assigned to a various group that will also be led by the students, and we hope to plant 8 trees on the Veterans Parkway in between 15th and 18th. Next to the Veterans Memorial, across from the Jocelyn Center and Live Oak Park. And we'll also have community booths, tables, environmental resources. So if you're not interested in planting a tree for some reason, you can still come out, celebrate Earth Day with us, and take advantage of all the resources and education that we'll have there.
Great, thank you. Any further questions?
Just a quick question. Are you, on all the 8 trees, are you going to be phasing those in? Are they going to be like between 10 and 1, or is the goal to like start it at 10 or 11 and then kind of get them all done at the same time?
Yeah, so right now the plan is, because we have so many schools interested, they will all be planted simultaneously. We would kick off the event in part after opening remarks with instructions on how to plant the trees. We have Ernest, our urban forester, who will be there as well. We anticipate having either Ernest, a staff person, or a member from Grades of Green at each tree site with additional instructions guiding those groups. So they will happen simultaneously, but each group will have support and guidance on what to do and how to get that tree into the ground.
Great, thank you. No, nothing further.
Great, Councilmember Hood.
Yeah, Brittany, since you're standing up there, of course, I love this idea. Lisa mentioned Tree City USA and that we already meet all the, metrics. What would it take to get that going?
That is correct. Ernest, to my knowledge, has actually started the application, so we are on our way.
On our way.
As far as I know, we're just plugging through and submitting what we need, and hopefully we can get that in time for the event.
Great, thank you.
Great, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Any members of the public in chambers that care to comment on this item? Seeing none, Brianna, is anybody on Zoom that would like to comment on this?
No request on Zoom.
So I have remarks, and I've made a motion, and my remarks
I'm sorry,
are...
we have a late raised hand. We have DNB.
You may proceed.
Hi. Mayor Lesser and members of the City Council, this is Diane Wallace. I think this is a great idea to plant trees, but based on the information that came from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, they're recommending that we not plant sycamore or melaleuca trees because they have a high oil content and tend to catch on fire. And I'm just wondering if Grades of Green might be able to select a different tree? Just an idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Any other members of the public care to comment?
No further requests on Zoom.
All right. In which case, I'll close public comment and ask if there is a representative of Public Works or Community Development or Brittany who can address the question about this tree selection.
Since Ernest is here.
Hi.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address any issues or questions that you might have. The sycamore tree is a native, California native. The area that we're planting it in is turf, so it's irrigated a minimum 3 times a week. Fire is not a consideration. It's just not even, if we were in the middle of a forest, sure, I would think about that, but it's not even an issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Just ask one?
Yes.
Hi. So we've, from time to time, had complaints from neighbors that live across from the Veterans Parkway that the trees that were planted, like this, are now obstructing views of the ocean and the like. Sycamores grow rather high. I mean, are we going to be able to trim these trees accordingly to the, to the fact that if there was a view and now it's obscured, can we manage that?
We don't currently have a view ordinance. The only view ordinance that we do have is on the walk streets. And so it's not, the idea behind the Urban Forest Master Plan is to increase canopy density in the city. Tree height is part of canopy density. So it's something that it's not, no, honestly, I don't.
Okay. I'm trying to picture that area.
It's just north of the Veterans Parkway Memorial, the Veterans Memorial at 15th. It's between 15th Street and 18th Street crosswalk area.
Okay, is it more on the, to the east of the path, or?
There'll be trees, I believe 5 trees on the east of the path, and on the west of the path, there'll be 3 trees.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council comments or questions? If not, for my comments, I wanted to thank Grades of Green, and particularly Ms. Coppage, for approaching me initially to try and come up with some sort of community-centric event that engages our young people in planting, in trees, in community building, and I'm trying to work with staff all through the process, and more particularly to go through council to see if there were budgetary resources available for staff, and I think they've really done that, and I thank them for their efforts here. So if there's no further comments or questions, I've made a motion to approve the Earth Day Community Tree Planting Event, and I see that it's been seconded by Councilor Charmé. Call for the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we teach them
Motion
about raking
passes
leaves?
5-0.
Thank you. I think Mayor Pro Tem has just quipped, is there a way to ask if we can teach them about raking leaves as well? I don't think that's part of the scope of this particular program, but it could be a future event. Okay. With that, then, we will now move on to our public hearings, and that would be item J. And the first and only item is item number 8, conduct a public hearing to consider the introduction of an ordinance amending sections of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 6.01, Business Licensing Regulations, and provide direction on the Business License Modernization Plan.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Libby Brethauer, Finance Director. And I'd also like to introduce a few others here with me tonight, including Emmy Rose Hanna, our Financial Services Manager, who will be sharing some of the presentation with me. And then we also have Matt Slentz of Colintuno, Highsmith, and Watley, who has been working with us on the ordinance that's included tonight, as well as some other guidance for legal assistance. But also, to get started on tonight's item, I just wanted to share that it truly has been a collaborative process, including our internal city staff, but also with some additional external partners as well. For staff members who assisted with the project, we have John Albee, Josh Grady, and Tony Page. And these are truly our subject matter experts on our business license program and what's written into our current code. But also, I'd like to call them our experts on our customer service, questions, complaints, the positive and negative feedback that we get every year through the business license renewal process. So we really relied on their feedback as we guided the changes that we're presenting here tonight. But I'd also like to thank Jill Lampkin, representing the Chamber and North Manhattan Beach Business and Professional Association, as well as Kelly Stroman from the Downtown Business and Professional Association, for meeting with our team early on and providing their feedback. And we look forward to continuing this partnership as we move along this project in the months to come. All right, so our presentation tonight will first provide some background and history on business licensing in general, and then we'll share some information on what we're calling our Business License Tax Modernization Plan, and including some potential fiscal impacts and the goals and priorities that we're trying to achieve through this process. Our immediate goal tonight with the public hearing is to introduce ordinance number 26-5, which amends sections of Municipal Code Chapter 6.01 with some administrative cleanup and other clarifying language. And then we'll conclude the presentation with a tentative timeline and public outreach plan for the second phase of our modernization efforts for our business license tax code. So just as some background, we were asked in a meeting, what is the purpose of a business license tax? So we wanted to start there. So the purpose of business license taxes are to ensure that, one, businesses comply with local regulations, and two, they also contribute to our public services because they also benefit from our city services, including our clean and well-maintained streets and sidewalks, as well as our safe and secure community. So our excellent city services contribute to the overall quality of life and atmosphere that makes this community so attractive for business owners to operate and residents to live and visitors to come visit. So the other side to that coin is that our businesses also bring in employees and customers into the city, which has its benefits, but it can also, that extra daytime population, for example, could also add to some costs like the wear and tear on our city streets. So that is why through the taxation process, they do contribute to our city's general fund as well. And Government Code Section 37101 authorizes cities to levy a tax for revenue generating purposes, or if imposed for regulatory purposes, it could be imposed as a fee. If imposed for regulatory purposes, then the regulatory fee revenues are limited to covering the cost of the regulatory program. However, in Manhattan Beach, we have a tax. So our tax, and this is typical across many cities, is that the tax is based on gross receipts, and that is true for most of our categories. A few categories are based on the number of employees or vehicles in operation or the square footage of the business. And then just a few statistics. Over 95% of cities and counties in California impose a business license tax. According to some data compiled by the League of California Cities, on average, business license tax is about 3% of city revenues. Some cities can generate up to 30% if they have a really large business district, or maybe they rely on car dealerships or something like that. And just for some reference, the comparison cities that will be using their business license tax goes anywhere from 1% to 18% of the general fund, the lowest being Redondo Beach and the highest being Beverly Hills at 18%. So some history of business license in Manhattan Beach, starting with the 1970s. Who remembers the 1970s?
Not even Steve Napolitano.
I personally don't, but I do know the city's ordinance that was passed in 1971 was definitely typed on a typewriter, and any tax calculations were probably done by a number 2 pencil. I did ask our finance historian, Henry Mintzner, who I'm sure you remember, about the calculators in the 70s, and he said there was one maybe weighing about 40 pounds until the late 70s. So it was all done by hand, and the tax code was more simple back then as well, but just completely different era than what we find ourselves in now, right? So subsequent changes to the 1971 code were pretty minimal and in some cases oddly specific, like the games of skill and the fortune telling. Something must have happened at the time that prompted those. And then in 2006, there were some administrative cleanup for some definitions and clarification that the license is required. And in 2019 was our latest change when language on sidewalk mending was added. So after 50 years, our team thought it was time for a comprehensive update and review, and considering the significant changes in state law, case law, and just the modern ways that businesses operate these days. So for some, to address any fiscal impact questions, although there are no fiscal impacts to the what you're being asked to approve tonight, the ordinance, there are our broader business license tax modernization plan that we'll get into in a moment does come with some costs which were approved with the mid-year budget update on February 17th, including some special legal counsel, including, that contract is assisting here tonight with Matt's presence if you have any specific legal questions later. We also included up to $60,000 for the financial analysis and tax study that we're just starting. And we also budgeted $90,000 for polling and consulting on a potential ballot measure. So some of the tax equity and fairness issues that we'll describe later would require voter approval. And I think this came up last week in the work plan meeting where I said if we tried to increase one person or one business's tax by $1, that would have to be approved by voters. So we want to be really clear what we're addressing tonight and what would need to be approved by voters. That will be phase 2 of our plan, which we'll describe in a few moments. So with any ballot measure, there's a lot of preliminary work that has to be done, and we're going to be analyzing our current tax structure, looking at various scenarios and the potential resulting fiscal impacts for both the city and individual business categories. And then with this data, we would share that with the city council, our business community partners, and look for their feedback, and then also do some community polling. So if the polling didn't yield successful results, then the city council at that time could decide not to move forward with the ballot measure, and we would continue on with our current tax structure, but at least we would have a reference point in time that, hey, we studied it, these were the results. So as I mentioned earlier, this project has been and will continue to be a collaborative process. And taking into account years of business customer feedback and questions, our staff developed 5 goals for our modernization effort, which include simplifying the language of our code, clarifying several confusing parts of our code, simply modernizing the code so that way we could have ways to address, the big example recently was Waymo. They don't really fit into any of our categories because we couldn't even come up with a business like that 50 years ago. We also want to make sure that the tax structure becomes more fair and equitable. And then we also maintain the fiscal sustainability for our city revenues as well. So all of these goals have been shared with our 2 business community liaisons, Jill Lampkin and Kelly Stroman first. And then also we shared this with our finance subcommittee a few months ago and received support from all of the people we presented this with previously. So now I'm going to turn it over to Emmy Rose Hanna, our financial services manager, to go over some of the specific priorities that we are addressing to achieve these goals.
All right, good evening, Mayor Lesser, Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, and members of City Council. My name is Emmy Rose Hanna, Financial Services Manager, and it's my pleasure to walk us through the remainder of the presentation this evening. I also wanted to thank Libby for walking us through the primary goals of the Business License Tax Modernization Plan. So in these next few slides, we'll be diving into the overall 20 priorities of this plan, which are broken up into 2 phases. The phase 1, which we're addressing this evening, includes the first 10 priorities that can be approved by ordinance, whereas the Phase 2 of the plan addresses the remaining 10 priorities that must be approved by voters. I also wanted to share that all the priorities listed in these next few slides all tie back to at least one or more of the 5 main priorities, which are to simplify, clarify, modernize, ensure fairness, and sustainability. So you'll see the upper right corner of all of the slides will include the icons that relate to the 5 goals. And they all are represented within each of the 20 priorities that are listed within the slides. So with that being said, on this slide, we highlight the first 5 priorities. Priority 1 is to clarify the requirements for mobile and sidewalk vendors. Priority 2 is to clarify the business license revocation, denial process, and appeal process. Priority 3 is to clarify the required documents for different business types. So an example is clarifying the requirement of ensuring submittal of a health certificate, seller's permit, other required documents that are part of that license. Priority 4 is to clarify the language regarding confidentiality in our municipal code as it relates to that business's gross receipts and the business license tax payment that is submitted, which is all confidential information. And then priority 5 is to clarify the delinquent process in our municipal code, section 6.1. 250 and 6.1040, which will indicate that failure to comply with the licensing rules and regulations is deemed a violation of the chapter and is subject to further escalation. So moving on to the remaining items under Phase 1. On this slide, the 6th priority is to update and modernize the due date from March 1st to April 30th. And again, a lot of these priorities were based on feedback received over the years from the business community regarding confusion on the due date. And we'll talk more about the due date, but we're essentially correcting the due date within our code to recognize the current practice. And then priority 7 here is to revise and further define the city manager's authority to exempt a business from paying the business license tax. Similarly, priority 8 is to revise and modernize the police department's authority to make arrests for violating business license code, which, based on special counsel, this is not a best practice to make arrests for violating business license procedures. And then priority 9 is to update and modernize all references of the business license code to remove the word fee and replace it with the word tax, since the business license is a tax and not a fee. And then item 10 here is to update the record-keeping procedures for gross receipts and IRS documentation for the life of the business plus 5 years. Again, this is not a best practice to actually keep and retain the records on file, both physically and electronically. That's confidentiality as well, so not a best practice. So with that, just wanted to highlight the ordinance that's presented this evening for ordinance number 26-0005, amends several sections of chapter 6.1. And the sections indicated on this slide here, there are many, but they vary from minor to substantial changes to the code language. And they are detailed, the specific changes are detailed in the legislative digest, which is attachment 2 of the packet, which includes strike-through changes that are being made to the code. So some of the minor changes in this ordinance include modernizing the language in many sections, such as the changing of fee to tax. And then other substantial changes include amending the appeal section within the code by removing the requirement to appeal business license to city council and instead amending it to allow appeals to be considered by a hearing officer, which is consistent with other appeal processes in other programs within the city. Another change mentioned earlier is setting the business license due date to April 30th to match our current practice. Because the code currently states the due date is March 1st, the city has historically allowed a grace period to April 30th. Considering that the tax filing deadline is April 15th, we've always historically provided a grace. However, our code never recognized that grace, so we're amending the code to actually match our current practice. And so with that, Ordinance 25-0005 accomplishes the 10 priorities that were mentioned as part of Phase 1 by applying a lot of the administrative cleanup of the code, modernizing the language, and updating it based on best practices. And again, many of these updates are long overdue and based on feedback received from businesses over the years. And with that said, I will pause at this time for any questions regarding the ordinance or regarding Phase 1.
Let my colleagues change their screens to be able to push their buttons, but why don't I ask an initial question, and that is, in Phase 1, Priority 7 is to authorize the city manager to exempt a business from paying business license taxes. Can you give some examples of what that might include and what the criteria would be for granting such a waiver?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for the question. So currently the code already includes the ability to have the city manager exempt a business from paying a business license tax. However, the changes that were made are further defining the process by which the city manager can elect to exempt a business. So it was very broad. The language in the code was very broad before, and it's tightening and refining the process by which the city manager can exempt. It's not a common practice. I don't know that it's ever been in the recent history executed.
That was going to be my next question. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, hi.
Thank you.
Libby and Emmy. So what about a business that is headquartered here but then makes sales all around the country and or the world?
Like Skechers?
Well, I mean, that's one, but there's
Without
a lot
naming
of
names,
different
sorry.
companies that do it. Do we, use those numbers in the assessment of the business license fee?
So what you're referring to
Tax.
is the term is apportionment. So the taxes that people should be paying should be based on the activity that they are doing within the city of Manhattan Beach. So we're actually going to talk about this in a few slides because that is an area where we also want to clarify and simplify some of the language. We know we could do a better job explaining that, but that's going to fall into our Phase 2 changes where we're going to go into more details on that.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent question. It's something we get very often.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it for now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other colleague questions?
No questions.
If not, you may proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, thank you. So in these next few slides, we'll discuss the Phase 2 of the Business License Modernization Plan. We'll be discussing the 10 priorities which will require voter approval. So this second phase will be addressed through a separate ordinance at a later time, which we'll dive into. I wanted to highlight, I wanted to share before we dive into these next 10 priorities that ultimately the research and the results of the polling and the tax study and the consultant services will ultimately help guide the outcome of the next few priorities. The results of these efforts will be presented later in April and May of this year, and then that will drive the ordinance and ballot language that's proposed in June this year. So with that, we'll dive right into priority number 11, which is to update the business license categories based on the business type rather than their location. So just to shed some light, if a business operates at at their home, then it's currently classified as a home occupation and not tied to that business category. So, for example, if an accounting firm is a home occupation, they currently pay a lesser tax than a same business equivalent if they're operating in an in-office environment. So it raises questions of fairness and equity, since that home occupation pays less currently in taxes. And then priority 12 here is to simplify and consolidate the tax types based on gross receipts. As mentioned earlier, some businesses are not assessed based on gross receipts. Some are assessed based on the number of vehicles they operate. Some are based on number of employees. Others are based on number of rooms. Like an example is hotel is based on the room count. So they're assessed at varying levels and metrics. So we really want to consider a consolidation, and a fairness would be to do gross receipts, but that would be part of the tax study. Priority 13 here is to clarify and expand the professional services categories, the real estate agents, brokers categories, and create new business types that have emerged and just did not exist 50 years ago. So creating new categories, new business types, sometimes we are challenged with trying to fit them into a pre-existing category. And so this goal would be to consolidate them and allow for those new industries to be able to pay into the business license tax. Priority 4 here is to clarify the tax category for short-term rentals versus the hotel category. So currently, hotels pay based on number of hotel rooms, while short-term rentals pay based on gross receipts. So they're treated a little differently, and we'd like to reassess the tax structure based, to look at best practices to ensure fairness. And then the last priority here on this slide, number 15, is to consider a standard deduction for business license taxes. So an example is, some cities have adopted a sales tax or a tax credit for their business licenses, where a business can get a credit for the first 200 in gross receipts. And this is just an example of what other cities have adopted. They'll apply a $200,000 credit in gross receipts so that smaller businesses pay less or no tax at all. This would, of course, be analyzed through the tax study that would be accomplished through HDL, and it would look at how it would affect small businesses and other categories. Moving on to the last set of the priorities under Phase 2. For priority 16, we would look at considering changes to the sales tax credit, which is currently in our code. The way this works is a commercial property category is able to elect to receive a credit for the sales tax generated from their tenants. However, the tenants do not have the option of receiving a sales tax credit for which they're generating the sales tax. So this creates, an issue with fairness and equity, so we'd like to revisit that sales tax credit that's currently only available to commercial property owners. And then priority number 17 here is to address the apportionment, which Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, you mentioned earlier, regarding gross receipts generated in other cities, other jurisdictions. So this is to address that concern. So 17 is to address the apportionment by kind of two ways. One, look at the possibility of eliminating the base tax to where a business would only pay entirely based on gross receipts. And then secondly, it would clarify the deductions and the exemptions for revenues and gross receipts that they generate in other cities or jurisdictions. So for an example, if a city or if a business operated in 4 cities, they're only responsible for remitting their business license taxes based on the gross receipts they generated in Manhattan Beach. And they would then pay the taxes to the other jurisdictions based on that respective gross receipts. Moving on to priority 18, is to clarify the definition of employees to include both on-site and remote employees, since the nature of telework has drastically changed since COVID-19. And then priority 19 here is to evaluate the current tax structure and evaluate it compared to other neighboring cities, which Libby mentioned earlier. Part of the tax study will include evaluating 7 other city tax structures, including Redondo Beach, Hermosa Beach, El Segundo, Torrance, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and Culver City. And then lastly, the priority number 20 is to research and really reevaluate the current business license cap, which is the maximum a business would pay in taxes. And this ultimately will be an outcome of the tax study that's completed by HDL. And in our next slide, we'll explore the cap a bit further. So with this next slide, we just wanted to share, one item of the tax schedule analysis, the fiscal analysis, will be to address the cap. So as you can see on this slide, we have gross receipts based on, we have 8 different scenarios of businesses generating varying levels of gross receipts. And in the middle column, you could see what they would pay in business license taxes. And then on the right side of the table, you'll see what percentage of the taxes they're paying in proportion to their overall gross receipts. So essentially, the cap is limited to $12,156. To reach that cap, a business would have to generate $4.5 million in gross receipts. Any income or gross receipts above that amount, there is no additional tax that is assessed. So essentially, a business that generates $5 million would pay the exact same amount in taxes as a business that generates $10 or $20 million. So this goes back to questions of fairness and equity, and really is an opportunity to revisit and reassess the current tax structure and the current cap maximum. And so with that, as we discussed in the last few slides, Phase 2 would consider changes to modifying the tax structure. So therefore, the voter approval is required. And before the city can proceed with the ballot measure, staff plans to present the results of the tax study and community polling later in April or May of this year. And at that point, council will have the available data and information to make an informed decision regarding how to proceed with the next steps. And then following that process, staff will coordinate various community meetings regarding the overall plan and the impact to businesses. And then we would return in June to present the final ordinance language and ballot measure language that would be considered for the November 26th election. So at this time, I'll pause for any questions regarding Phase 2 of the Business License Modernization Plan.
Colin? Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question. On the ballot, is it a simple majority or a supermajority to pass it? What
Thank you for the
percentage?
question. I'll defer that to our special counsel, since it's a general tax.
Yes, that's going to be a really quick answer. It's going to be a simple majority.
Simple majority, okay. 50% plus 1.
Thank you.
Is that it, Mayor Pro Tem? Is that it? Great. Councilmember Trevillo.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Well done, good pace. Thank you for getting us through that. And I really appreciate Phase 1. It was a long time coming, so thank you for doing the due diligence, and I read the strike-throughs and all that. So well done there. On Phase 2, I guess it's more of a, I guess my question would be, we're doing it for, we're talking about fair and equitable. You said that a few times, and I appreciate that. I'm just concerned that this ballot measure is more of, to generate more taxes from, inherently showing that table that you did from the larger businesses. When right now, we have about, 5,000 business licenses?
Little above that
A
amount.
little above
yeah.
that, thank you.
5,000 to 6,000.
So I think roughly, as I recall it, all the ones paying north of $10,000, which is closer to your cap, it's probably about 150 of those 5,000 make up the majority of your business 50% of your annual revenue for business licensing. Just from the way I remember it, I don't know if you have those numbers, but so it seems to me that the larger businesses are already taking on 50% of the business license tax revenue. So when I hear fair and equitable, I don't really see something that is not, the burden's not being pulled by the larger businesses, just again, my optics. And then we have a current CPI increase, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's built in, so that probably ranges around the 3% raise, so 3% per year. Over a 10-year period, compounded, that'd be like a 35% increase on the business license tax rate already that we currently have, per se, that we're already kind of adding to the current business license tax. So over 20 years, it's closer to 75% increase. So maybe it's not keeping up with inflation, but we do get a lot more tax. So another question would be, do we know how we selected the cities that are on the survey?
Absolutely. So I'll start with the survey, and then we'll talk about the tax measure. So the survey was formed based on surrounding jurisdictions that border Manhattan Beach, and also regional cities that have recently refreshed their business license tax code. Because there's going to be a mix of cities that haven't touched their code whatsoever in decades, and there's going to be a mix of cities that have looked at their tax code more recently. And so it is hard to compare our city with the past, with those that have not touched or adjusted their tax structure in decades. And it is a good measure to evaluate other cities that have more recently looked at their tax structure, modernized the language, the categories, bringing their code up to date based on modern practices. So the 7 cities that are being included in the survey are certainly a sprinkle of surrounding cities and regional local cities that have updated their tax code more recently. And we can certainly consider additional city survey as well if there is desire to expand the survey. But we felt that 7 cities to compare to our city would be a good volume of cities in the comparison.
Are those cities, did they do a phase 1 update of their code, or did these 7 cities go and do a ballot measure Prop 218 process?
It varies. Some cities have addressed it in phases, and some have done it all in one package. So without having all of the background and history of each of the cities' process in which they amended their code, that's certainly something we can include in the comparison as to what process did they take, and that would be outcome of the survey.
Great. Thank you. I'll have more questions later, but just wanted to set that up. Thanks.
I did want to address your questions regarding the tax generation. So, addressing this business license modernization plan really was a buildup of years of feedback from the business community on questions that have been received at our finance counter. As I'm sure you're very familiar with a lot of the questions, complaints, clarification, that our team has expertly been able to navigate. And so over the years, we've built together a wish list, a priority list of what businesses have come forward with. And the real nexus of this, driving this plan, is really to relook at our code. It's not focused at all on generating more taxes. It's really to modernize, refresh, clarify the code, include additional guidance and criteria for our tax. But it is a priority to maintain fiscal sustainability, but that is not the underlying goal. The goal is to refresh it, modernize it to where it should be.
And I appreciate that. I think you get that goal in phase one, but phase two is definitely, removing the cap, is you're going to generate more taxes and more revenue. But generally, I'm just concerned that we're creating more taxes for our businesses.
Absolutely. And the results of the tax study will provide more information regarding the outcome and how it affects all the business groups, ranging at different gross receipt levels. So we are sensitive to that.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add on to what Emmy was saying, I think our minds were going to the same place, that the goal of the phase two is to provide you that analysis to make informed decisions. So we'd love to do the analysis, show you some various scenarios. That's why we were looking at, if we raise the cap, that's where we also come in looking at a standard deduction to where maybe, again, we're giving the smaller businesses, emerging businesses a break who would have lower gross receipts. And so maybe some of the businesses in the middle maybe pay about the same if the whole tax bracket moves up, say, just kind of like income taxes. So we'd be looking at all of those different scenarios and providing that data to you to make more informed decisions.
Okay.
Libby, my question goes to perhaps direction of what would be helpful when phase two comes back. And it has to do with perhaps other objectives, policy objectives that our city might legitimately have in shaping its tax code revisions. So, for example, let's say council wants to attract large businesses by virtue of the number of employees they might have that bring to our city and intentionally keep the tax rate low. What guidance can be given? This is just one of multiple criteria that we need to consider in lawfully adopting changes. But what guidance can be offered? And maybe this is a justification for our special counsel for having made the trip. Thank you tonight. But just what criteria would apply to the different changes we're considering?
Do you have an immediate answer, or I have a staff answer too? But okay, so my response was going to be just as staff, we will accept any and all questions and ideas for us to research. We've assembled this team of experts to help us guide us, and they know what other cities are doing in California, other ways that people have modernized their tax code to address certain issues that are, cities are all dealing with a lot of the same issues. So we're probably not the first to ask these questions, but we're happy to do the research, and that's why we're here. And so we will take any questions or ideas of policy considerations that you'd like to see come back to you, and we would love to bring those back.
Okay, that's helpful.
The only thing, right here. The only thing I will add, and obviously you have a long road in front of you considering all of these issues as they come forward in the HDL study. Generally speaking, you can set a tax rate at a certain level, which you think is appropriate, and which you think voters will approve if that's the direction you choose to go. And then you have the option to not collect the entire tax if you decide for policy reasons that there's a certain industry that you want to give a break to or attract, and you can collect less if that's the way you want to go. The only thing you can't do is collect more than has been approved by voters.
And are there specific criteria that go into that determination that we would need to make to be able to support that change?
Not under Proposition 218, so you don't need to put that in your ballot. But that's something that you would definitely want to consider when passing a resolution. Always you want to make sure you have objective criteria to avoid any challenges.
Right. Thank you. Thank you both. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. You said you want to compare it to 7 cities. I only had time to write down 6 of them: Redondo, Hermosa, El Segundo, Torrance, Beverly Hills, Culver City. Was there one more?
Did you say Santa Monica?
Oh, Santa Monica? Okay, great.
Culver City and Santa Monica both recently updated their code in the last few years, so that's why we wanted to include theirs just for comparison.
Okay. Is there some way that you can normalize the data, for example, maybe on a per capita basis, or related to general, because you have a nice stat on slide 4 which is Manhattan Beach, provides about business license tax provides about 5% of the general fund revenues, about $6 million. So it's just some way to normalize that so we can see on the percentage how much, they're relying on business.
Absolutely. It will be a thick report with a full tax analysis,
just
comparisons to other
pile it
cities,
on,
charts, graphs, tables. We'll have it for you.
Make it in big type, okay. So, okay. All right.
Is that for questions?
Great. Yeah, I think that's it.
Councilmember Sherman.
No, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things you mentioned, Mayor. For years, again, my background is heavily on business licensing. We've used the business license tax rate structure as an economic incentive when businesses do come in. And we also don't have a utility users tax, which is, one of probably 25, 30 cities in the state of California that doesn't have a utilities users tax. So since we don't have an economic incentive department or division or manager, economic vitality, whatever you want to call it, but the utility users tax and the business license were incentives when people used to, want to relocate here because there was a cap and there was no utilities users tax. So, with that said, I'd like to open, I think we should hear from the public.
That comes next after you.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm just kind of concerned that we have motions before the public hearing. That kind of concerns me too.
All right. With no further council member questions or any
If
other
I could
staff
just
comments? Yes.
add the tax analysis and study would look at those, any potential incentives, because absolutely, we don't want to alienate any large businesses that we bring so much to our city as well. So it is going to be a real balancing act to try to encourage all businesses, large and small, to continue operating in Manhattan Beach. So we'll definitely be looking at that from all angles.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Which case, this is a public hearing.
Oh, I'm
is there
sorry.
more?
We actually have
But
two
wait,
more slides.
there's more.
Actually.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Libby. So lastly, we just wanted to share this timeline to provide a complete picture of all of the past, current, present, and future efforts involved in this business license tax modernization plan. So on this slide, there's 10 various activities that are included here, but our first step was early on, we engaged with the Chamber and Business Improvement District representatives back on October 23rd. And then shortly after, we met with our Finance Subcommittee this past December to share the overall plan, timeline, and priorities. And then in advance of this public hearing, we included a published notice in the Beach Reporter on February 19th. Public outreach is a priority, so we continue to plan outreach efforts throughout the process, which we'll touch on in a moment. But this brings us to today, March 3rd, where we will shortly conduct the public hearing to address Phase 1 of this plan. And then from now through April, we will be actively working with our experts to conduct the tax study, the polling, and the outreach. From there, in April to May, we'll present the results of the tax study and the polling to council. And then in Q2 of 2026, staff will be coordinating community meetings and resident information sessions to the public, keeping in mind that only residents can vote on this ballot measure and businesses cannot. So we wanted to share that. Will be targeted outreach to the business community and the resident community. And then in June, we'll present the new ordinance and ballot language that would be part of Phase 2, along with other required documents that are necessary for the ballot measure. And then finally, in November of 2026, we'll have the general election take place. And then lastly, I wanted to share that as part of our outreach, we will be developing a web page specific to the business license modernization plan and the ballot measure. And we'll be sharing informational materials, handouts, brochures in the coming months in advance of the the election. So with that, I will transition this back to Libby to conclude the presentation and begin the public hearing. Thank you.
right, thank you, Emmy. And so at this time, this is the conclusion slide now. We recommend the City Council conduct the public hearing, introduce ordinance number 26-5, amending sections in the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code related to business licensing, this will come back for a second reading at the next City Council meeting. And then if you'd also like to discuss and provide further direction regarding the overall business license tax modernization plan, including the priorities and tentative timeline that Emmy just shared. So this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that very comprehensive presentation. Council colleagues, I see Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you, Libby. I just had a quick question on when was the last time we looked at when was the last time the business license tax rate change? When was the last time?
Well, as mentioned earlier, we do change it every year per CPI. However, we haven't really done a comprehensive look at the categories and the structure that we're looking at doing now, to my knowledge. Maybe it was done many years ago, I'm not sure.
Is that it?
Yes, that's all I have for now.
Councilmember Hobart, did you want to ask a question
No,
at
I
this
was
time?
going to wait till after public comments.
Okay, with no further council questions at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for public comment. Any members of the public care to address this item in chamber? Come on down.
Hello, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Jill Lampkin, Chamber of Commerce. First of all, thank you so much to Libby and Emmy Rose. They have spent a lot of time with me on this already. In fact, I was on the phone with Libby about 30 minutes before we came in here. I did want to point out a couple of things, and same that Emmy Rose just said, that the exercise here wasn't necessarily to generate additional tax revenue. However, that could be an unintended consequence. I would like us to look at other similar communities, not just nearby localities, but other beach communities, affluent beach communities. I think that's important. In terms of the way that the tax is calculated, you max out at $4.5 million. There's a big difference between a $4.5 million business and a $20 million business or a $30 million business, and we're talking $12,000. I think that's a very big difference. So I want to keep that in mind. Another thing that I want to make sure that we are considering, and I know gross tax revenue is the easiest and cleanest way to do that, but we also live in a unique community that is very affluent, and a lot of our businesses donate very generously to the nonprofits in our community. When you only look at what the gross revenues are, we're not making any deductions for any of the charitable giving that they're making, and when they're continuing to support public education and the Roundhouse and all of these wonderful things that are a part of our community, that might be something that we want to consider. I also wanted to mention that the offering a lower business license tax is only one economic lever in terms of economic development. There are lots of other things that we could do, and I would like for us to look at this as a part of a holistic approach to economic development, not just one single thing. And I know that this started as just an exercise of looking at business license tax, but if we are starting to think of it as a strategic way to lure business or encourage different types of business, that maybe it is a part of a bigger picture that we want to explore. And I also want to remind council that a part of my work plan with you is that we are going to put on a business license tax forum for the entire city for all of our businesses, because I think this is a major issue that we want to make sure we have a lot of feedback on. Although businesses cannot vote, a lot of our business owners are residents of this community as well, and so they would also be voters. And so I want to make sure that we give ourselves enough time to really create a valuable forum that people can participate in and give feedback, not just receive feedback from consultants and staff. I think that's about everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public in chamber that care to address this item? Seeing none, Brianna, is there anybody on Zoom that would like to speak on this item?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, I will close public comment on this item. And as the appropriate course, Mr. City Attorney, close the public hearing. So closed. In which case, Councilmember questions perhaps first, and then we can have comments? Is there any questions?
I mean, I asked my questions, but obviously if people have questions, we can still ask them.
Why don't I call you on you first? Councilmember Howard, questions or
appreciate it.
comments?
Well, I think, again, I didn't have questions per se.
Please
I mean,
proceed with
thank
whatever you
you
want to say.
so much. So first of all, I want to compliment Libby, Director Bradhauer, and your team. This is so comprehensive, and I do know that it is welcome in the business community. I mean, you work very closely with the Chamber and your Downtown Business Association, and I think we should, you know, if there were problems, I think we'd be hearing from them, and I think it's important to get the comments. I really appreciate what Jill was talking about, holding a forum that is not just to receive information, but to provide additional feedback, because people could come to that who maybe didn't go to the North End Business Development District meetings or the downtown, and et cetera. I think that's an excellent suggestion. You know, it's fascinating. I'm so glad you mentioned what was it, specific skill and scientific, whatever that category was.
Games of skill.
Games of skill, I'm still puzzling over that one. And it's so intriguing. But more importantly, it's so fascinating, isn't it, that Waymo, how do we even categorize Waymo? That could be game of skill, right? Or you know, a fortune-telling thing. WeWork, all these categories, remote work, right? Like it really, we will recognize more revenue from this, I believe. But I think you're hearing from the businesses, it is so confusing to apply with these, you know, the old codes as they are. So I think that this was an incredibly huge endeavor, and I'm, you know, just grateful for that to start with. And I will say, so I do see that we've got a two-part decision before us, and the motion I've made, and I know there are other comments and questions, so I'm just going to state the motion, and we can discuss it, you know, as much as we want. But my motion was to adopt the ordinance 26-0005, amending sections of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code 6.01 licensing regulations. So that was, you know, the parts that don't have to go out to the voters. This is a change in our ordinance that is really cleaning up, you know, clarifying language regarding confidential documents. The fact that we used to keep the records and the gross receipts forever, you know, that's a really, that's great.
They have all been properly shredded.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
I'm being serious.
No, I understand you're being serious, but like, you know, changing references of fee to tax, these are all the things I'm talking about. This is just, but it sounds maybe pedantic to people, but it matters. So kudos, that was my motion, but I want to make a comment. I know we're going to talk more about the next phase. I think you provided a really clear process, which will allow for a lot more input before we talk about any potential ballot language. But again, businesses actually are in favor of this, and especially that cap. Jill mentioned, I've been hearing about that as long as I've been on council from our small businesses who kind of really, it gets under their skin that they're paying the same amount as, you know, the bigger you know, $30 million businesses. As Jill mentioned, it's a huge difference between a $4.5 million business, which almost doesn't sound small to me, but God bless them. We have a lot of them, right? That's really important to people. And that's the heart and the backbone of our community. And I think we really need to pay attention to that. I really appreciate the fact that the 7 cities that you've chosen are ones that have already updated their code.
Can I clarify? Not
Yes.
all of them have.
Oh, okay.
Some of them have, some of them haven't, but we
Okay.
felt it was important to still include our neighbors, Hermosa
Okay.
and Redondo, just for reference and comparison.
Okay, all right, because I do think that when we get that information, please highlight it because,
yes,
again, but I also thought that Jill made a really important point that there could be other affluent beach communities, whether it's Newport Beach or whatever those other cities are, Laguna Beach, that could be very similar in the types of businesses and the types of communities. So I would be open to that, but that's my motion. I know there's lots of comment, but it's only for the first part right now.
Great. And I see that motion has been seconded by Councilmember Charnay. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, click your button to speak.
Question. How widespread has this been socialized, is the word, or presented to the business community?
When we first met with Jill and Kelly a few months ago and gave them our plan, I did attend the last chamber meeting. I missed the last Downtown Business Professional Associations meeting, but I'll be going in March. And I know they helped publicize it through some outreach emails. So this first phase, where it's a lot of just the administrative code cleanup, we didn't publicize it like on our social media or anything like that, because we also didn't want to cause a mass confusion or panic that we were making tax changes, because that's not what we're doing here tonight. Tonight we wanted to get the administrative cleanup out of the way, and then kick off the next phase where we will be talking about those types of things, and then really doing a public campaign there.
Okay, don't we kind of want to survey them to get an idea what in this proposal is important to them and their concerns, or they may all like it?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think the tax forum that Jill mentioned will go a long way in that, where we can present our current plans, present some information for them to think about, and then we'll certainly take their feedback and questions. We could look at doing an online survey that would probably be fairly low cost to the business, surveying the business community. Because as Emmy mentioned, this is an interesting endeavor because it impacts the business community, but it's the voters and residents who will be voting on it. So we're going to be doing a lot of outreach to everyone, the voters and the businesses, and hopefully everyone can be aligned and be supportive.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. Thank you, Libby and the team, for just diving into this and coming back to us with such comprehensive proposal. I think, having that initiative to bring us up to date, to modernize our system. I understand, having looked in my previous work at the old way of doing things, if we don't modernize it, every time somebody comes in to pull a license, I'm sure there are issues that staff has to deal with. So I appreciate that being proactive in this regard. And also, I think, the fact that we haven't looked at it in so long, calls to the question of that we need to do it at this point. Just like I think there are other things that we're doing, including maybe looking at the bag on the meters to see the revenues. I think it's important to have more information. And then I like what you're doing with bringing in the business communities and keeping the communications going and having the forums, because I do think it's important to hear from everybody. So the second that I have on the floor is for just the introduction of the ordinance number 26-005, and then I'm open to further discussion on the direction of everything else.
Thank you. Councilmember Shirley.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm more confused now because I would hope that we can separate these two. There's a motion, I think, everyone agrees on phase one, but we're talking about some phase two items during this. Well, you talked about the cities and the surveying, that's a phase two thing. So I'm not really taking my turn right now. I'm just saying, can we just vote on the first one and then?
Turn to the maker of the motion, who also would like to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I made some comments because I didn't ask any questions beforehand. I think most of us can track the two different issues. I mean, the motion is the motion. So
what's the vote?
But I did want to make another comment about the first part of the motion, because there were comments made about, well, have we surveyed businesses about these changes for the ordinances? And I know you have been working with those businesses, but I also would ask, haven't you guys been hearing for a long time about the problems that the ordinances that we're voting on will fix? I mean, this is not just out of the blue. These are things that they want fixed.
Yeah, a lot of it, that was the basis for a lot of it. It was the staff talking like, gosh, got this question over and over, and I have to constantly
Right.
explain this one thing
Yeah.
over and over. And so that's what started a lot of this. It was just some of the cleanup, the due date being written as March 1st, even though for years, we've always said it was April 30th, even though the code said something else. So it's, a lot of it's just little cleanup like that, just things, happen organically over time and change, and then it's not that we, bandwidth was an issue sometimes, and it's just, now we have the team in place and the capacity to do this,
Great.
we're moving ahead.
Well, that's my motion. I would call for it, but I see you have a comment.
My only comment is I've held business licenses in the city for almost 30 years, and I have appreciated the work of staff in trying to identify how our code should be improved. And this first phase, I think, is proactive and appropriate. I will be supporting the motion. Call for the question.
Before the motion, I'll read the title. Ordinance number 26-0005, an ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach, amending Chapter 6.01 of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code regarding business license regulations, and the motion was to introduce.
Motion passes 5-0.
Let's move on then to direction for Phase 2, or what is called the Business License Tax Modernization Plan. Colleagues, what would you like to add, or maybe I turn it back to you, Libby. What type of direction are you most looking to from council this evening?
Well, sure. So I guess one would be any feedback on the priorities that were shared, or if there are any specific questions you might have off the bat, ideas of things you want us to research further. So that would be one thing. Secondly, as to the comparison cities, that's already been mentioned a few times. So with the current study we're doing, any additional cities we would like to add would add a little bit to the cost of the study. It would be nominal, but I just wanted to reference that it is a lot of work for the HDL experts to pull the codes of each of the cities, put it into their models, so that, because they're going to take say a dentist. What does a dentist here pay here, in all of those other cities? So if we wanted to add more and more cities, it would just add to the cost and the time of the study. And at some point there might, I don't know if it would be so helpful anymore if we're, looking at too many data options, right? So that would be one consideration I would add. But we can certainly, they're just beginning the work, so if we wanted to swap out any of the cities, we could do that. Or we could add one or two more and probably still stay within our contingency.
I know for myself, one of the fundamental questions I'm going to be asking when the Phase 2 results come back to council is how might these changes impact businesses coming to our city, whether they're enticed to come here or deterred, or whether it encourages businesses to leave. So I'm not sure what criteria you're going to be able to provide as staff, but that is a core decision which I'm going to be looking at whatever staff comes back with for Phase 2. I appreciate the direction you're going. I think this data is going to be helpful. Other colleagues, Councilmember Sherillian.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would like to see a few more cities added, similar, affluency or near the beaches, or have a Manhattan Village mall of that high-end caliber. Again, so does the $200,000 include the cost of it actually going on a ballot measure? If that's where it goes?
Yes, the $200,000 that was added with the mid-year budget, that includes legal counsel, the polling, consultant services to help us draft and look at the ballot measure, includes outreach, and then also the HDL tax study as well.
Great. I guess for me, is the polling going to be someone like True North or some of that similar? Yes. So I guess I just, last time we had this, with the short-term rentals, or when we did the survey, will we get a chance to, I guess, is it our, can we look at the questions before they go out, just to kind of see if, they're slated one way or another. I don't know if I'm asking.
Let me ask staff, how might that work? And does that slow down the process to keep this timeline in place?
It's a good question. I don't know, our city manager can certainly jump in as well. I think the first step is to receive back the initial tax analysis study to look at the numbers. And I think from there, we all will have a better idea of what direction this could go or might go, is first to look at that data. And then from there, so Team Civics, the the ballot measure consultant, True North, HDL, they've partnered on these studies, multiple ones in 2024 that were successfully passed in November 2024. And they're used to working together collaboratively. And so I think we'll be able to get a lot of good guidance and have good drafts of questions based on their expertise, having done this now multiple times in other cities. So if you'd like to have those questions be shared to you in advance, we could probably do that without adding too much time into the timeline.
Madam City Manager.
I was just going to add that the community survey questions are very different than the polling questions. And the people we hire to do the polling questions, this is their expertise. They do this day in and day out, and they know exactly how to draft those questions. So we really do rely on their expertise to word those questions for us in a particular way.
So maybe if I could, Councilmember Sherman, and I do see Councilmember Howard that you'd like to speak. Are there questions that you can identify now that might be helpful as part of our direction as a council to staff to move forward and keep on its time frame that you can identify that you'd like to have addressed?
Yeah, and I appreciate the city manager saying that, and I've been on several ballot measures for Prop 218 and work with the vendors that they're going to be working with, and I understand they're the experts and set up the questions, but I would at least see what we're asking our residents to do prior to doing it as far as taking the survey. As well as how do we add additional cities? What's the process to that? Is it something that we start throwing out cities here on the dais, or what's the process?
I feel like I'm sort of a telephone operator,
Yeah.
but back in the day
Yeah.
when there used to be such a thing, but
I would
just ask.
recommend not adding too many more, just again, because it will add to our cost. And also, depending on the city, I think someone mentioned Newport Beach a few minutes ago. We did look at them, I think I just assumed that maybe their code was more updated, but it's actually really outdated and very low. Was it a flat? Yeah, it's a flat tax, actually. So
Newport
Beach.
Because I threw it out.
Which was surprising. I thought they would be generating more business license tax, but they're not. So if you want to give us a few options to consider, we'll look at it, and if it looks like an appropriate comparison, we can certainly do that. But again, it will just add a little bit of cost to it.
Yeah, and I guess I would want to know, I hear, Newport Beach, and I know other Orange County cities, don't really emphasize on their business license tax. One of them is Costa Mesa. They have South Coast Plaza, similar stores as we do here at the Village. I guess, I understand why now because you brought the ordinance, but, we don't really have a broken business license tax schedule, in my opinion. We get from 3% of our 5,000 businesses are paying 50% of the business license tax. We increase it by CPI every year. Over, mentioned earlier, over 10 years, that's 35% increase. So we got $6 million coming in from our business license tax, which is 5-6% of our, whatever the number is, of our revenues. So I'm concerned that this is going to increase taxes, and it's going to, it's not going to be a positive impact to me in the business, for the businesses. Even though some have complained over the years when we have 5,000 businesses, if you look at the number of people that complained, it would be the similar number of people that complained that says, grocery prices are going up. It's not overwhelming number of people. So that's just my input.
Thank you. Councilmember Howard.
Yeah, respect your opinion. I respectfully disagree. But I have a question for you, Councilmember Sherlane. I have a couple other comments, but I want to ask about I'm questioning why you want to look at the what you think you would see if you looked at questions that we're asking our residents. Like, what is it that you'd be looking for? Because maybe that would be helpful to the people who are making the questions.
I'm not
because-
sure unless I see them.
Okay. All right. Well, I think what the city manager was saying about polling versus survey, it's a little more, well, anyway, I don't think we need to, and I don't think it's actually beneficial, because we do have biases, whether, maybe I want the increase, maybe somebody else doesn't. We bring our biases to it, and that's actually something that they're not looking for. First of all, they want success, and so if they're asking questions, they want to suss out the weaknesses, right? Because they ultimately want us to have a successful measure. And if they might find out that it's not possible, that there's no level of support. So I wouldn't want to get in the way of that with my bias or not, so that's just my comment there. I appreciated, what Jill had said about the other cities, your comment about Newport Beach, et cetera, actually really helps me understand that. So personally, I don't need to add more. I would want to swap out and I'd want us to decide that somehow, because we don't need to add money to it. A question again that Councilmember Shirley raised that I was a good one about the cost. None of that money covers a campaign. Like, we're not, the outreach that we do is simply factual. There is this on the ballot, right? We are not saying vote for this. We are not taking out ads in a paper. We are not doing anything. So if there was to be some sort of effort, some sort of campaign, it would be extra money that would not come from our general fund. That does not come from the taxpayers. So we don't ask the taxpayers to pay, to campaign for them. So that would be a private, independent thing, which your consultant will probably tell you don't do in a situation like this. That's just my guess. So those are kind of how I'm feeling. I think we should let this process play out. We may find that residents don't support it. We may find with the forum that it's bad for business. I do think we need to update the structure of our business license tax. I think, the fact that it dates to 1971, and there's been some updates, but there's a lot more that need to happen. So I think we should support a process that they've identified. I think it's really hard to tell what's going, it's not just, I think somebody else mentioned, it's not just the business license tax that's going to incentivize people or not. When you hear about incentivizing, you're really talking about at the state level and the state taxes. And like when people running for office talk about film credits, which is a huge deal in California, those are the bigger things that really drive businesses in or out of the state. We're talking about, nothing that impactful, but I think we need to do it, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you. Just a few comments, and I just want to follow up on what my colleague Amy just said. I think it is important to just update the process. Whatever the results yield, we should be open to learning more. It's been a while since we've done the study, and so I don't have any objections to wanting more information to see, are we in line with other cities? I'm okay with the cities that we have. If we want, there's a city that someone feels really strongly to include. I'm open to including another one or removing one that we don't think is aligned. But in looking at the list, I think it's a fair kind of slice of the cities that are out there. And as far as incentivizing or disincentivizing, that's going to be a policy decision we will make once we get the information. I think it's important for us to have the information first, and this is why this exercise is important. And I trust the professionals who are doing this. This is what you got our professionals that the city is hired to do. So for me, what I see my role is a policy maker, and I don't think all of us will want to review the specific questions because we do have different biases. And, you know, we know at this point the motivation is to update and not to generate revenues. So as long as we're clear on that, and that's the direction that we give our professionals, I'm confident that they can do what's necessary to survey, to get the information, and let us make the policy decision on whether or not we proceed with this. Those are my comments.
For my own comments, I share the comments of my colleagues in moving this second phase forward with direction to staff to come back with data, with information, so that we can make the policy decisions, as was just stated by Councilmember Tarnay. Provide us with options for modern tax structures and categories, and then let's understand what some of the implications what might be, and then we can make a decision on the policy grounds as to how to proceed. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes, I agree that with Councilmember Cherillian that we should be able to just take a look at the survey. It's not going to delay that much time. Take advantage of business, you know, and backgrounds of the people here on the dais. I remember there was, you know, a couple of questions on some of the other surveys that we put out that I sort of questioned. So just to go ahead and, you know, it couldn't hurt, and it's not going to slow down the process. So I would want to see us taking advantage of that expertise. And the cities, I think, are really important to take a look at. I would say that we, you know, drop Culver City. No offense to Culver City, but get something. I was going to ask about Newport Beach, and then you know, you indicated
I mean, what's the? I'm curious. I don't know why drop Culver City.
Well, because of the expense.
Well,
the cities currently listed are already included in our contract, so we've already incorporated
they're already included.
those.
Oh, okay, I thought.
And the reason we wanted to include Culver City is because they adopted their measure in 2024, the last cycle, and they actually, just hearing a little bit of information from their tax study, the people who are doing ours also did theirs, and you can imagine they have a lot of headquarters of really large corporations, and they were faced with those same struggles of, you know, the impacts to those large corporations. I won't name names, but they really had to do a lot of analysis and outreach and discussion on those policy decisions. So they were faced with all of those issues that you're starting to think about too. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you. I didn't realize it was already part of the package.
Yeah. And they were also where we got the standard deduction idea from, where they did raise their cap, but they introduced the standard deduction to try to lessen the burden on everyone.
Okay.
From a process standpoint, is staff then looking for a motion for the direction? Madam City Manager?
I think just motion to move forward as demonstrated today.
I see a motion has been made by Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Tarnay. The one outstanding question, I'll let you state it, is whether or not we would have questions brought back to council and thus the public. Is that something that staff can accommodate and keep?
Well, I was going to make a motion.
But let me defer to Councilmember Haworth to make a motion.
Okay. I was going to make a motion to conduct a tax study, polling, and research. And I don't think the question should come back to a council meeting. I think if we want to see them, okay, but I don't think we should have input into the question, so that is not part of the motion.
Mayor, I don't really need to see the questions.
Yeah.
I don't need to see the questions.
Okay. Any other council member comments? If not, we'll call for the question. Motion by Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Tarnay.
Motion passes 4-1. Councilmember Cherillian voting no.
Okay. Before we move on to the next item, which will be out of sequence as was approved earlier, it would be item number 10. Do colleagues want to take a break now or proceed with the next item?
Oh, I could use a little break.
We'll take a 5-minute break and stand in recess.
good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Pegasus, can we go live?
Thank you. I'd like to call our meeting of March 3rd back to order. We'll now proceed with our item K, our general business calendar, and we're going to take out of order item number 10 before proceeding to 9. Item number 10 is consideration of an update regarding community emergency notifications.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Alexandria Latroni. I'm the Communication and Civic Engagement Manager for the City of Manhattan Beach. And I'll be presenting the item of Community Emergency Alert and Warning Systems for the City of Manhattan Beach. And before I get started, I'm just going to introduce some of my colleagues that are here to present with me. I have Fire Chief Jesse Alexander. I have our Police Chief Rachel Johnson. I have our Emergency Preparedness Administrator Ashley Hobson. And I have our Regional Administrator of Alert South Bay, Soraya Sutherland. And we also have, to answer some questions, Brandy Villanueva, who's our Area G Disaster Management
DMAC.
Area Coordinator, sorry, DMAC. And we also have the El Segundo Division Chief, Evan Sifke, who's here also to answer some questions.
Great.
So we have
Welcome.
a full house here, which we feel really lucky about. So I'll go ahead and get started. Manhattan Beach is vulnerable to a range of natural and human-caused emergencies, including earthquakes, tsunamis, hazardous material releases, industrial incidents, and our proximity to the Chevron refinery makes robust emergency communications very critical for our city. A significant incident occurred at the Chevron refinery in El Segundo in October of 2025, requiring emergency communications to be sent out to Manhattan Beach residents and businesses. City Council subsequently requested a detailed report on emergency communications infrastructure and any improvements implemented since the incident. So I'm going to give you, that was just the city context for you, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of a brief overview of what our emergency alert and warning system looks like. And this represents really a comprehensive, multi-layered approach that ensures that the critical information that we want to put out during an emergency reaches residents through multiple channels. So it's not just one channel that we're utilizing all of these channels. And the first one there is our main system. It's called Alert South Bay. This is a regional system that is utilized by 15 cities in the South Bay region, and it utilizes the Everbridge platform. So we call it Alert South Bay. You can sign up for those alerts. We do push that message a lot on how to sign up for those alerts. If you need help on that, there's information in the back that tells you how to sign up for those alerts. But this is a critical system for us. It has the capabilities of sending voice messages, SMS, so text messages, email alerts, and it integrates our Nixle system as well. So anytime we send a message via Alert South Bay, it also sends one through our Nixle system. Everbridge is, which Alert South Bay utilizes, is an industry standard. So there's over 60 federal agencies that utilize Everbridge system, as well as every major U.S. airport does also utilize this type of system. And it also integrated into Alert South Bay. Alert South Bay is a city-maintained contact database where no registration is required, and it's called Resident Connection Data. It reaches all wireless customers within a geographic area. And moving on, we also have an IPAWS system, and that stands for Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. So this is a federally managed system. It has capabilities through our county and regional partners of sending wireless emergency alerts. And it's geofence data that will reach people even if they haven't subscribed. So you don't have to subscribe to that system. It's something that will reach all wireless customers. We also utilize our MBTV website, social media, and we also have community partner outreach. So we have a 24/7 local cable broadcasting channel, a website with e-notification subscription with over 35,000 subscribers, very active accounts on all of our social media channels with 26,000 followers on Instagram, 5,600 followers on X. On Facebook, we have 6.4 thousand followers. And we also recently implemented our Go Reach application push notifications, which we could use during an emergency, and that has 5,000 subscribers. We also have the capability of sending push notifications via Nextdoor, which would reach approximately 30,000 people. So this allows us to really send those rapid fire verified information very quickly to our followers and through multiple channels. So even if you're not following on us on maybe our website, maybe you're following us on social, we have different avenues to reach you. But in addition to these channels, one important component of our emergency communication are our community partnerships. And so this is where, if there's an emergency that happens, I have really great relationships with our school district personnel where I would coordinate messaging with them, let them know what's going on, and vice versa. That's a critical component to any emergency that happens. We know first thing I'm going to call up our partners at the school district and coordinate that messaging through their leadership. The same goes with all of our other community partners, which many of the community partnerships are outlined in our local hazard mitigation plan, but these are different partnerships that we have to reach vulnerable communities that may be harder to reach, that aren't following us, or that have access to their own set of followers, and it allows us to reach a much broader audience. So these critical partnerships do exist and are maintained by our city. And then we also have those physical systems. So if in the case where we want to reach pedestrians or vehicle traffic, we have electronic changeable message signs that can be utilized to send out critical messages. And in the case where there may be the need to evacuate or do a shelter in place, that's when our police and fire departments could go door to door and utilize a public address system that is on their vehicles. And at this point, I am going to turn it over to our fire chief to speak a little bit about Unified Command.
So good evening, I'm Jesse Alexander, I'm your fire chief, and tonight I'm here to talk to you about going over an incident from start to finish. That includes incident command, the notification process. So I'll just kind of get started of what it looks like on an incident. So first thing is you have your emergency. Citizens call that in to 911 and dispatch determines the location, threat, jurisdiction, and the potential resources based upon that. They're then going to dispatch those appropriate resources. I don't want to speak for law enforcement, but what it looks like for in a fire when we have something like that happens, they tone out the fire department, we go ahead and don all of our personal protective equipment, and then we respond to the scene. A very, very good response time from the start to finish right there is about 5 to 6 minutes. Now that could easily jump to a 10 to 12 minute response time from arriving at scene based upon the remoteness of the incident or challenges in accessing it. The second thing once we get there is first responders are going to arrive at scene and they're going to attempt to perform a size up where they're trying to look at the scope, the hazards, and the immediate needs of the incident. This is going to be accomplished in 4 different ways. So recognition prime decision making is one, which is basically a fancy way of saying I have experience. I've seen these incidents before. Another is visual indicators that you're going to see when you arrive at scene. The third is going to be using reconnaissance. The incident may be so complex that you have to send out what we call bird dogs to go out and determine, try to circle the incident, try to figure out what's going on. And finally, it could be pre-planning of the incident. You're familiar with this site, you've identified some concerns, and that you've gained that intel from that portion. That whole time as you're gathering that information, you're also determining what resources you're going to need to be mitigating. Many times a complex incident, you're going to have to augment your resources and go through dispatch and start sending additional resources to help you. The The third thing is you're going to be transitioning over to, as first responders are going to start activate the Incident Management System, or ICS, which is basically something you're legally required to, both state and federally, to do that. As a result, you're going to assume command and declare a command post in a safe location so you can run the incident and maintain command and control. If it involves multi-departments, if the incident is complex where it involves multiple departments, or multi-agency where it's specifically crossing cross-jurisdictional boundaries, you're going to activate the incident command system and go into unified command, where you're taking multi-agencies and putting them together. Probably the most common one that you're going to see is one where you're having fire and law enforcement going into unified command. A good example would be a major traffic collision, an active shooter, things along those lines. But it doesn't have to necessarily be at that level. Let's say we have a plane crash. At that point, I'm going to go into unified command with FAA and NTSB. Those are all things that I have to do before I can start moving the airplane. And so those are things you have to do and get those agencies involved in those mutual aid. Oops. So now going on to the fifth portion. Once you're in unified command, you're trying to build situational awareness from the intel that you're gathering. Command's going to develop an incident action plan, or an IAP. You're going to be focusing on looking at for critical factors and prioritizing them so that you can determine objectives while looking at a risk assessment and putting in control measures to make sure that we're not getting anybody hurt. That will allow you to build on strategies and tactics. Not only are you trying to anticipate what's going on at scene, but you're also trying to anticipate where the scene is going to go and how far that's going to spread out. This seems like a lot, and it is. And this is where experience matters, being able to show up. This could take from a few moments to calculate all these steps to multiple minutes based upon the complexity to be able to come up and formulate the plan. Once you've got these plans put in place and you have decided and you anticipate the impact is going to expand outside of your immediate area, you need to make appropriate notifications to the public. There's three types of emergency notifications that Unified Command will be making. One of those is shelter-in-place order. That's where you are expected to go into your residence, close your doors, shut your windows, turn off your HVAC systems. The reason why you could be doing this is for a variety of reasons. One would be an active shooter. You don't want the public out on the street, in the front lawn if you have a shooter. Another could be a hazardous materials incident. You want to get them in, isolate them from the chemical. Another warning that you might give is evacuation warning. Evacuation warning is prepping individuals to let them know that there might be an evacuation order coming, that as the incident progresses, that might be occurring. It also gives those people that need an opportunity more time to evacuate. It gives them opportunity, hey, maybe I should go ahead and get started in case this gets that way so you're not falling behind the scenes. And the last one is an evacuation order. This means that the incident is so severe, we do not want you staying in your residence. We want you to leave for your safety and the safety of first responders. This could be something where there's a bomb, a fire, an explosion, something along those lines that would put your residents at fear of you being inside of it. When Unified Command is making these decisions, they have to get it right of which one of those orders. So example, if you tell people to evacuate and they are evacuating and there's a hydrogen sulfide leak, you've now just sent people out into the public where they're going to be exposed to the chemicals and have more potential consequences. Vice versa, if you tell everybody to shelter in place and that's next to an explosion, you're going to get people killed. So it's very important that you make the right decision at that specific time, because once you send that information out, it's very, very, very challenging to withdraw it because it creates more confusion. So once you've done that, you need to start, okay, I've got a plan, I've got my objectives, I've got my strategies, we know what we're going to do. We have to start working on our messaging to go out. So you have to figure out who's going to be impacted and which type of message that you're going to do. It has to be clear and it has to be action-oriented. You have to tell them exactly what they're going to be doing. So what to do and where to go. So also that's one of the things is Unified Command. If I give you an evacuation order or warning, I also have to try to find a place to send you to. So there's all these different layers that just keep building on themselves. Once we've established that messaging, and started to work through it. And then we have to follow our protocols to make the notifications via Alert South Bay, social media, the WIA, and then door-to-door notifications. So we're going to start implementing all those things, but we have to get it right the first time before we start that process. That's why I'm a big fan of utilizing Genesis, because a lot of people are visual learners. And it's one thing to be able to push the message out. It's another to show a picture of exactly what the situation is and where it's going and have it color-coded. And we'll talk a little bit more about Genesis in just a little bit. And then finally, you have to evaluate your IAP. Is the plan that you are working, is it working? Is it progressing? Are you starting to mitigate the incident? And that may also involve making additional alerts to the community as the situation either evolves or de-escalates. I mean, and that's again another good reason behind Genesis. You can show as it builds up and goes down because things change. Changing of emergency notification is a very big deal. I've seen in the past where they've done evacuations, lifted the order, brought people back in, and then the incident progressed back up. It's almost impossible to get people to leave after you've let people back after an evacuation. That's why as Unified Command, you're having to go through a very systematic process before you make some of these decisions. So what I'm showing you here is a normal routine emergency incident. I do understand that the catalyst for tonight's presentation is dealing with the Chevron fire. In that specific incident, Manhattan Beach was no way involved in the Unified Command aspect. The Unified Command consisted of Chevron fire and El Segundo fire. Assembly Bill 1646 outlines that refiners establish CUPAs for notifications of refinery incidents. El Segundo, as the local implementing agency, also known as the LIA, is the CUPA for that legal requirement to make those notifications. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Sutherland to talk about the alerting system.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council. So I'm here today to talk about what we've done since the incident in October, and immediately we convened our stakeholders. We convened El Segundo Fire, we looked at Manhattan Beach Fire, the refinery, and really our working group on how our alerts work, how we can improve, and certain steps that we can take immediately to put some real actionable steps in place so that if something, God forbid, should happen, we can respond immediately. Right away, we put together holding statements. That was something that was really clear from both communities, that we needed something very clear, very actionable, that gave residents something to do. As the Chief mentioned, it takes time. We have to do an incident size up. We have to determine the scope, the areas that are being impacted, and what we want people to do. But initially, what we can do is we can tell people to go inside. We can go inside right away, we can give that message out to the community, and we can direct them where to get further information. So right away, we got that together. We had that approved very quickly, and that's ready to go, and to be able to access from the users to that template is prepared and ready to be executed. We also looked at enhanced communication protocols. So how do we ensure the process of information and the flow of information happens in a timely fashion when that information is available? As the Chief mentioned, we have to be sending verified information out to the community. The problem becomes if we are quick to act and that information is not correct, there's ramifications to that as well. So we take direction from the field incident commander. That's where the direction comes from, and that follows the state standard emergency management system model in implementation of ICS, which is the incident command system that the Chief is discussing earlier. We also clarified all of our notification triggers and thresholds on when and if we issue alerts and how we stratify that messaging. Not every alert is going to rise to a wireless emergency alert. Some alerts may go out via text, some may only be necessary for email, some might be distributed via social media. So there's a lot of different ways that we can utilize the different methods of pushing information out into the community. So we looked at those criteria, all those different criteria categories, and we made determinations to say, under these circumstances, these are the types of alerts that will be sent to protect life, property, or the environment. And those are the three drivers on how we really look at how messaging is then delivered. And then lastly, prior to this, we had a comprehensive standard operating procedure that all 15 cities in the South Bay work under, and it essentially talks about how, if and when we send emergency notifications, they will be coordinated. And that's really the key operative word here. Coordination amongst all the agencies responding is our goal. We want to ensure we have one voice messaging so that we're not issuing multiple messages, potentially conflicting with what they're saying from multiple different agencies. And so our system is truly designed to be cross-jurisdictional so that we could send alerts when they impacted multiple jurisdictions without a delay to those residents to get that information out. And so we updated that SOP. We actually I sent it to FEMA and to the state and got word back from FEMA and the state that it's one of the most comprehensive plans they've seen, have asked if they can share it as a best practice. It really is an industry standard on how we're operating here in the South Bay. So that's kind of the big overview. In addition to all of that, we've done enhanced training with all of the division field chiefs and with those individuals that are constantly using the system so that they know how to use the system, they're prepared to do it, and really we've been drilling that process over and over again to ensure that we're really ready to be able to send something immediately in the event that we should. So with that, I will turn this back over to the chief. Thank you.
One of those enhancements is a first responder evacuation guidebook. And what that does is it was developed by staff, and this is specifically for Manhattan Beach Police and Fire. It's a staff developed a comprehensive playbook providing very clear standardized guidance for first responders when issuing emergency notifications and outlining a very detailed plan. And it is a working document for unified command when they're doing this. Because unless you've been involved with multiple evacuations over the course of your career, the 2 in the morning, it's happening right now, you're going to miss things. So this is a document that Unified Command can sit at the command post, go through, allows them to hit all the emergency notification types and the process for making those notifications, gives them an idea to look at the community relocation centers and make sure that we're activating if we need those. The Red Cross evacuation shelters locations gets them started on that process. Identifying traffic control points, because if you're evacuating, you have to determine what your choke points are, especially with working with Genesis, to figure out how we can keep traffic flowing. This is a document that helps police and fire identify those so they can put resources there to keep traffic moving. Identifying public re-entry criteria. This is that step at the very end where you want to make sure that you've checked all the boxes before you allow people back into an evacuation area. Part of this process also includes the Genesis component, which I will turn now over to Ms. Hobson to discuss.
Thank you, Chief, and good evening, Council. So Genesis Protected is something that we're bringing to the city. So on Genesis Protect, you are able to locate your area within Manhattan Beach. So we were able to outline 18 areas within Manhattan Beach for designated zones, and the campaign that we're rolling out will be Know Your Zone. So we do have flyers that have the QR codes that you can scan, and we also created refrigerator magnets so you can have that at home, so you can actually write your zone on it. So we do have some out front if you would like one. With that, it basically targets, we have with the 18 zones, we scheduled it as only one zone has one school. So if there is an incident at a school, we can actually just designate one zone to let people know shelter in place, evacuate, or more information is coming, instead of alerting the entire city and causing mayhem within that. We also have the zones along the beach. So if we do have a tsunami warning, we can go ahead and let everyone know in that zone, like, hey, just a fair warning, gather your items, and if things escalate, we can go ahead and just let them know for that as well. Along with that, everything else, we can have the shelters on there. If we need to evacuate, we can let them know. They can look up and it just pings where they should go. So we also have that available for them too. All the cities in the South Bay cities are also rolling out Genesis as well. So it's a community thing. Palos Verdes Rancho Palos Verdes, it's been active there. If you actually log in, you can see some of their areas now from the landslide. So it's been active for quite a while. So it's definitely a great system that we're rolling out to the city, and we want everyone to be safe. And for public outreach, the first rollout of this was at the town hall. We got to present that and also give out some literature. We're going to do the Know Your Zone campaign. I'm going to work with the CERT team, Map Your Neighborhood, to start rolling it out to them so they can also get it out to the community. And then also alert South Bay, the flyers. I know that they're going to send those out for sign up for Alert South Bay. And also when there is information for Genesis, Alert South Bay will send out that information, but we can also work with them and get it out on also all the other communication platforms for them to log in, know their zone, and see what else that they need to do from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just went in to figure out my zone.
What was it on there? There was a map on here, but no.
We're comparing zones. This is great. Well, part of the, oh, sorry, could I ask a question since I'm in the app or no? Oh, wait.
To confirm, you're looking for the zones
Yes.
in the city?
Correct.
And you think
So-
it's important to show as part of your presentation? Okay.
Yes.
And if you don't have them, maybe we proceed to questions.
We can proceed to questions.
I'm going to start with a question. I want to cut through this because of genuine frustration in the community, and maybe this is for the chief, maybe this is for Ally, and that is, how will these enhancements result in more useful information in a more timely manner, is the question that I've been asked based on assurances that there actually have been some enhancements that have been undertaken.
Now, are you referencing specifically a Chevron-specific incident or just a general incident that occurred in Manhattan Beach?
I think from my perspective, the Chevron incident was a helpful case study to understand how we can improve our system, particularly with a multi-agency response. So can you talk to the response and also to the communications, particularly for those that might be in an adjoining community to where an incident occurs? How will what these enhancements are help get the quality information out, perhaps in a more timely manner?
So I'm going to have to turn in regards to the notification process over to Chief, I'm going to pronounce it wrong, Sipke, over El Segundo to talk about what they are doing as the Coupa in regards to these process. But in regards to our response itself, it's the exact same. We're still stunning the entire department. So when we have an incident like that, every single fire department employee is responding there in operational capacity to help mitigate, not to go in unified command, but there to assist. Turn it over, Chief.
There you go. There's the zones.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm the A-Shift Division Chief in El Segundo. I was not there on that evening. That evening that the incident happened, we were in unified command with Chevron Fire Department, which is usually the case for an incident that occurs on the refinery. Their battalion chief, when they set up incident command, they're usually first on scene. They're the technical experts within the plant itself. When we arrive, they're minimally staffed, but when we arrive with all of the South Bay agencies in mutual aid, we do establish mutual aid or a unified command with Chevron. And so one of our off-duty division chiefs did come in that evening. We were working towards training and obtaining equipment for notifications for emergency communications. And so what we've done since then is we have 2 off-duty division chiefs with portable communications equipment, including Starlink. We have battery backups. We have laptop computers that have access to Alert South Bay in order to ensure that we can put out the information. What we do, our dispatch center will contact via text and cell phone, both off-duty division chiefs who are on call 24 hours a day. This position is fully funded by Chevron Corporation. They've funded all the equipment as well as the personnel to be available for the emergency communications. Our dispatch center will contact us via phone and text message that there's an incident going on. We will get in touch with the incident commander because all of the information that is pushed out to the public has to come from incident command, so we have an accurate message to push out to the public. And so we will, again, continue to get updates from the incident command, and we have the ability to push out the Nixle alerts, text message, as well as the wireless emergency alerts, which we can select zones based on the impact of the incident. We can actually target which zone, and anybody within that zone, within that cell tower, will get the alert. So similar to like an Amber Alert, if you drive through a certain area, it will hit your cell phone. So that type of capability, working with Soraya and Alert South Bay and Brandy, our area GDMAC.
And I know colleagues have questions, but the particular issue here, of course, and thank you very much for being here, Chief. Really appreciate it.
No problem.
Are for those residents that are outside the city limits of El Segundo. Just what can you tell them to reassure them for future incidents that they will be receiving these sort of notifications?
Well, one enhancement that, like I stated before, we're always in unified command with a Chevron, and I think one thing that we have improved is part of our process is we, every morning, we put out an email. It's El Segundo Alerts at elsegundo.org that we attach. It's an email group of all of the Manhattan Beach staff as well as El Segundo staff of who the on-duty or the notifiers are for the day. So we also have a complete phone list that we will be contacting the City of Manhattan Beach city leadership, including the fire chief, if there is an incident. So improvements as far as getting a representative to the command post to keep internal stakeholders and external stakeholders apprised of the information so they can start communicating with their the people that they need to communicate with.
Thank you. A question for the city representatives, if I could. Can you reiterate the communications with our school district? I recognize that's through our PIO, but if the PIO, for whatever reason, is not easily available, which I recognize rarely occurs, but I want to better understand the backup. How do we get through to our school districts so they are not absent information?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have multi-layers that would step in, including our city manager, our police chief, our fire chief, the PIO for the police department as well, all have the contact information for our school district. And, you know, it really is a great working relationship. I've seen it happen time and time again. Unfortunately, when there are incidents that happen in the school district or in the city, that those lines of communication are really open, and they've been a great partner for us, and we've been a great partner for them in coordinating that essential communication.
One last question I want to turn over to colleagues, and that is for our older adult community, not all of whom have electronic media, what should be our messaging here to them so that they're better prepared for an emergency which may or may not present at the Chevron refinery?
Right. So number one, we would love for our residents to all be prepared. Have your go bag, be ready, have a plan to shelter in place, have a plan to evacuate, get your medicines ready, get your anything that you might need in the time that you may have to evacuate. Sign up for those alerts. If you don't have access to that, and it is a huge crisis, then we will put that information, of course, on our website. We'll put it on our cable channel, which is available 24/7. We also, we do keep up lines of communication with our older adults program, so we will send out information about how to be prepared, how to sign up for alerts on our older adults newsletter. And we do lunch and learns also, just so that we can maintain that open line of communication with that vulnerable population.
Thank you. Councilmember Charnay.
I think she has.
Oh, is there more information that you start? Please, try it.
So Ali talked about all the different data connection points. So we also still do have landline data in our system. So we're not just relying on wireless data and cell phones and everything else. The other thing I wanted to mention, there's a really wonderful community organization called Beach Cities Care. It's CAER. And it's actually, they're set up all over the state of California. There's so many incredible, wonderful resources about what to do and how to shelter in place. There's just great community resources. It talks about how to sign up for alerts from Alert South Bay. If you're in other areas of the South Bay, closer to LA City and Wilmington, what those alerting systems are. So it's a great organization. We participate. We are all on the task force for Beach Cities Care. So we're contributing and trying to help get that information out. And they get a lot of really good community feedback because they're out at schools and they're talking to community members to help enhance how we're doing our preparedness efforts. So they just revamped their whole shelter in place campaign, working with Chevron, and they're all part of this group, along with Valero and the Torrance Refining Company and Phillips and Marathon are all part of this. So really it's about public education. So it's another wonderful resource if we can direct people to get additional information, and we can make those flyers available at City Hall if individuals don't have access to the internet. It's on their website as well. So it's just another resource for individuals to access.
Thank you.
Mayor, to expand upon your question in regards to the technology, especially with individuals that may not have it, we don't just rely on the technology component. We're also, as mentioned earlier, we do door-to-door aspects. So we are putting first responders in a hazard area, making sure that we're trying to go door-to-door, but just know that that does take more time. And so that's why we want to be as effective and efficient as possible because, again, as fire, we're asking law enforcement to potentially be going into a hazardous materials area or a threat from a bomb. I don't want to expose them any longer than I need to. So the more people we can get out and do a timely evacuation, the better. While we do have the map up here, I would like to expand on this. One of the things you may see a little bit different here about what we did with Manhattan Beach is Genesis creates, I would say, very generic zones. We went back and identified 18 zones. We were very specific about how we developed these. There was method to the madness in regards to these, because I can tell you from experience, you cannot effectively evacuate an entire town. Roads just are not designed to do that. So this way we can be much more surgical in what we're doing. Each one of those zones does not have more than 3,000 people. We analyzed wind direction, what our biggest threats, whether it's tsunami, whether it was the Chevron, only having one school in pretty much each one of those zones. Analyze and take a look where are some of our flood-prone areas so that we can be very surgical and evacuate only what we have to, and then set warnings up, expanding so that we can slowly try to eliminate or decrease the impact on those traffic control points.
Thank you.
That's pretty cool.
Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take this back a little bit and just thank all of you, from everyone over at Chevron, city staff, and all of our communications divisions in El Segundo. I know that this was kind of a very scary incident. And I see it as a best case of a worst case, right? We have an opportunity now to go over everything that we didn't do properly and to improve on it, which I really appreciate all the effort and your talent in putting your heads together and coming up with a plan. And I know this is a probably really difficult question to walk us through, but learning best practices and now thinking about what we will be implementing. If the Chevron incident were to happen tonight, can someone walk me through what happens first, who starts command, how communications get sent out so that we can visualize what happens from this point out?
So it's going to be basically everything I discussed on that entire process, but that's going to be occurring with El Segundo and Chevron Fire Department. So they're going to be doing all those exact same things, and then they're going to start that notification process, the enhanced protocols that the CUPA has put in place for those notifications. So they're still going to be doing all the same things. They're still going to have the response time. They're still going to have to determine, where the incident going, what the type of incident is. Is it, hydrogen sulfide being released, or is it an explosion type, or is it just a regular isolated fire? They still have to go through that entire process and come to that incident action plan and work through. But those notification process will be different based upon what they have put in place.
So I know that our residents were really, and I live above Sand Dune Park, so I saw seconds after the initial explosion, and it was terrifying, right? But so I know that for myself and my neighbors and other residents who live in the area, people wanted answers right away. And so we're talking about communications, but from what you're telling me, there still has to be time to assess the situation, to make sure that the communication that you're sending out is correct and that it's been, I think Incident Command is the agency that makes that determination, right? So we have to wait for all those steps to clear before you can communicate that out to us.
So, in some extent, yes. So you still have to respond. So even when I give you those timeframes, we don't have a system where people can just, unless they're actually monitoring our dispatch center, and even then you don't really know what's going on when you're hearing the dispatch component go out. So the people still have to respond, get in there. What is different, and what we've added, is Alert South Bay has received authorization to do a holding statement. So it's not going to be an evacuation order or a shelter in place per se, but it's a holding statement to let you know, hey, we understand that there's an incident. It's there. They have authorization to do that, but they still have to determine which order they're going to be given. Because again, the consequences of giving the wrong one can be detrimental.
But that holding statement will come out kind of, you've got, right? Like, that's the thing I think you're trying to figure out. What's different? It's going to feel different because you're getting a holding statement right away.
That's correct. So one of the key components of that, that we enhanced, that Soraya alluded to, was the holding statement, and it's specific. We have templates built out in Everbridge that, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every single time. We can just, it starts you off, and one of those is a holding statement. And it's basically go indoors and await for further information. Click on this link and it takes you to a website that you can get more information. It's tied with our Twitter or X, and it updates in real time on our city's website. So what will happen is, if we had an incident right now, I'm the on-duty division chief. I would be responding in, establishing unified command with Chevron. We would be getting all of the normal appropriate resources, including Manhattan Beach Fire Department. And part of that would be the initial phone call from our dispatch center to the 2 off-duty chief officers that have the communications equipment. And then they will be getting in touch with me as the incident commander and say, let's get a holding statement out. And that is the first thing that's going to happen, is that holding statement goes out to let people know that something is happening. The fire department is en route and they're investigating, and stand by and wait for further information. So that was something that was not that evening. It did not happen. And so that is a major enhancement, is like, something is going on, we're aware of it, and this gives you an initial action, is just go indoors and await for further instructions. That way it gives us time as incident commanders to get the information, exactly the size, complexity, the scope of the incident, and is it leaving the property, the Chevron refinery. And so that gives us a little bit of time, and then we will follow up with a more comprehensive notification as to actionable items, whether it be, if it's an imminent threat, then you're probably going to get a WIA. You'll actually get a further communications. So that will happen right away, and that's with 2 off-duty chief officers available 24/7 in communication with the incident commander. So that's what we have right now. We're working towards a more enhanced model, which I can't really get into a lot of the details right now, but we are working with Manhattan Beach and the Chevron Corporation to enhance the current model that we have. And we would be happy to, once we have the final details worked out from our legal perspective and from working with our talks with Chevron and the City of Manhattan Beach, we can come back and provide you with more comprehensive details. And I can tell you it's going to be much better than what we have right now. So, but right now we have people that are available 24/7 to push out notifications.
Thank you. I just have one more
Please.
for Chief Alexander. I think you're going to regret saying that you always look for the worst case scenario in every scenario, right?
I've experienced a lot
So
of
what
worst case
happens
scenarios.
if there's a cyber attack that takes down all of our online communications? Do we have an analog method to reach all of our residents?
In regards to our alerting
Just
system?
any kind of emergency.
I'm going to turn that over to our assistant, because I am not the notification specialist.
Well played.
So the good news is this actually happened with another software provider in 2025, and we have multiple redundancies in the state. So we are backed actually by the state of California Alert Warning Center. We know them very well. We talk to them all the time. Anytime we have issues or concerns, we're constantly on the phone with them. They have the same capabilities we have, and right now we're in discussions to enhance our system so they can actually access some of our system data and not just rely on wireless emergency alerts. When it goes back to the analog system, AM/FM radio still holds true this today. And that is absolutely going to be a resource that we tap into in getting that information out. Those NOAA weather radios that we promote all the time for people to get in their homes, they are still very valuable resources, and the emergency alert system, EAS, is how we will access those radio systems.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's
very
reassuring.
helpful. Maybe part of an outgoing communications plan for our community. Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate Councilmember Tarnay's questions. Those are real questions, and I appreciate the question he asked about what would we do if it happened again today, to walk us through the process. So, quick question. I think it's Chief Shefke? Sifke. Yeah, but you can ask as well.
He's used to this. We should all practice first before
Sifke. Okay.
Chief.
Chief. So you mentioned the holding statement didn't get out in this incident when we were talking about the Chevron fire.
Correct.
Is it the Coupa's responsibility to release that statement, or is it the command center?
Well, the state, it is El Segundo's responsibility as the local implementing agency, because under AB 1646, it does fall through, it basically falls under our Coupa, because we have our own Coupa. And so that information does come from, current model is that will come from the communications chiefs that are on call 24/7. So that initial holding statement will go out, and then and then further communications based on the complexity of the incident, what actions we're asking the public to take will also come from the communications chief. But the goal is to get the holding statement out as soon as possible to at least get, people aware that we're responding to the incident, and gives them at least something initially to do to protect themselves, and then follow up. And if it doesn't rise beyond that, it may be just a follow-up that says, the incident has been mitigated and no further action is taken. And then usually we'll do a concluding statement after that to let them know that the incident has been, mitigated and no further action is taken.
And is the holding statement the authority of El Segundo to send out in this case, or is this something that's shared with
It's in coordination, so if it affects the city of Manhattan Beach, then we would be in communications with their command staff, particularly so one of the things that it's important to remember is that when Manhattan Beach Fire Department's battalion chief responds to El Segundo, which is what happened on this incident, is that they are operational. So if I'm the incident commander tonight on an incident and Battalion 21 from Manhattan Beach Fire shows up, I am utilizing that resource along with all the other resources to fulfill tasks within the incident. It could be a safety officer. He could be, what we call a RIC group supervisor, somebody who rescues, who's responsible for managing teams that rescue firefighters. So it's going to require us, which we have a complete phone list, to start engaging other members of the organization to fulfill and to be the liaison and at the command post, so we can get the information out. Because as the incident commander, you are task saturated with running the actual incident, calling in multiple resources, giving assignments, that sort of thing. I can't take Battalion 21 out of that role and put him in the command post in unified command as a liaison to the incident. I need him for other tasks. So it's going to require that communications chief to immediately get on the phone and start making phone calls and say, hey, we have an incident in your city, we need you, someone, a representative, whether it be their deputy chief or the fire chief or their emergency manager, to come to the command post, and then we can start coordinating some more messaging.
Great, thank you. I have a couple more, real quick. For Chief Alexander, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Chief, on this Genesis map, so I just want to understand it. So there's these 18 sections, and we want to evacuate one or two of the sections, how are we going to notify them? They don't have to sign up for anything. Do we just push out notification to what? Or
So once Unified Command lets us know, like let's say on this, well, my eyes are really bad.
Let's say Manhattan 1.
Manhattan 1 and Manhattan 2, we want to evacuate those two areas. Get a hold of the Genesis administrator. They press. It's very easy to log in. Press those zones. Say we want to make an evacuation order. It automatically auto-populates for the general public to see if they've already got the app. And what we also then kick it over to Alert South Bay. So when Alert South Bay sends out the notifications, they send the link to Genesis. So say, hey, we are evacuating 1 and 2. Click on this link, which will open up the map to it.
So it's a sign up. So the residents have to sign up in Genesis?
No, I always encourage people to know your zone, to have it on your map, to be all ready to go. However, when you send that link and through Alert South Bay, it will have the link for the public. It's called Genesis Public Protect, and which they'll able to open that link and it'll show the public facing portion. There's two versions. There's two websites, one for administrators to use and one for the public to see. So you'll be able to link on there. You won't need to sign up. It's just a regular website.
Got you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Actually, real quick, on this Genesis mapping, there's 18 sections, but there are 2 blank.
Yeah, if you have to zoom in a little bit more, I wasn't able to, or wasn't able to get the screenshot, or it would cut something off. But no, the numbers are there if you zoom in directly.
So those would be
5 and 8.
Oh, I see. Okay. I got you. They're numerically. Thank you. I knew you'd answer it. Thank you.
Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, great, thank you. I want to thank everybody here. It's very encouraging to see that we're learning from this mistake. It's very professional of you all to be working together and putting together a program and a solution that's going to really keep our residents safe. So thank you for that. It's a very unfortunate incident, very unfortunate after the incident, but I think we're going to be far better prepared the next time. So thank you all that are involved. Just a quick question. We talked about the schools, so you said school district, but we're assuming also we got the private schools, we got the preschools. They're all going to be on the alert system as well?
Yeah, those are definitely community partners that we keep in frequent contact with as well.
Okay, great. And then hotels and people who are here visiting short-term rentals and things like that may not be familiar with all the communication and everything. How does that sort of get handled? And people in a hotel don't necessarily have a car because we've been promoting rideshare. So how would they be able to get to a place if they were told to evacuate?
Right, so if they are, that's where the WIA alerts would come into play. So if it was a situation where there was, a hotel within one of those districts that was going to be evacuated, the wireless emergency alert that was sent out would geofence around that area and target anyone with a wireless phone in that area, including a hotel. So they would get notification that way, and then we would also have our police and fire that would go door to door and make those evacuation notices directly to them.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all.
One quick follow-up question to Councilmember Charnay's question about a cyber attack. To be honest, this was, and that has to do with a widespread power outage. Just wondering, obviously there's backup batteries, but I'm just curious about how does this system work to the extent that we are without power for an extended period of time?
Yeah, so it's a really good question. And I think we witnessed this back in January of 2025 when the cell towers went down because of the fire and extended duration of time. The way our phones work, not getting too technical, when cell towers go down, if we're talking about cellular connectivity, our phones automatically were on a 5G network and they automatically revert back to 4G and then 3G. The challenge with that becomes the extent and bleed over for a wireless emergency alert at that point becomes much larger, Right now, we can get as specific as we can down to a small 1/4 of a mile with geo-targeting. There will be bleed over just depending on where the towers are positioned and if they're in or facing in or out. However, when we have power outages, extended power outages for a long period of time, towers go down, so then our phones naturally are trying to find the next tower, so it's a larger bleed over. So that's why the messaging is really important, to ensure that the correct message is going out, even if it's going much wider than we anticipated, because that way at least it's giving accurate information to those residents that are impacted and where they can get additional information.
Can you add to that explanation, though, the user perspective in terms of the consumer of those notices, and if they are without power for an extended period of time? I mean, you can go down a rabbit hole, but this
100%.
is something that could be anticipated. So I'm just curious how you plan for it on your side.
So we go back to the basics, and like the chief had mentioned before, we go door to door. And we've seen this. We do flyers, they do community portals. We've seen this during hurricanes where they'll set up community portal communication networks at libraries and central points within the community to disseminate information. So we have a whole plethora of, if this goes down, this is what we do. And if this happens, this is what we revert to. And at the end of the day, face-to-face communication will always be the best way we communicate. And police and fire are really integrated in that approach, and they're coordinated so that if we lose technological capabilities, there's always a backup. And that's really where we rely on going door to door to get that information out to the community. It's a great question, though.
Helpful. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin, you have a
Yes,
follow-up?
and then also wouldn't an battery-operated AM radio be helpful?
Or
as part
hand
of-
crank.
Part of your
I have a crank.
emergency kit?
Yes, absolutely. AM, FM radio, we 100% support. They're battery operated. I actually recommend don't keep your batteries in them until you need them because they will be drained. So anybody who can get access to them, they're not very expensive. And they're for free. County's giving them out for free. So that's another component. You can request those.
Great. So my question was, I haven't heard Neighborhood Watch indicated here. People on the block really trust, their block captain and the process. So are they just going to be getting the same kind of information or anything
So
special?
it would depend completely on the incident that we have at hand in regards to Neighborhood Watch and how that would be played out. If I could circle back to some of the questions in regards to power outage.
Yeah.
One, it was kind of mentioned, we also encourage on our website is all the information on how to have a go plan, a stay-at-home kit, all the stuff, because we have to empower citizens to be prepared to be without power for extended periods of time. Like, you do not have the number of public safety individuals to be able to handle that across the board. So we encourage people to have 3 days worth of water and the battery and the radios and the batteries to back up. I know this sounds like I'm probably getting paid by Genesis to promote Genesis, but a good example of how Genesis plays out, where I've used it in the past, whether it's PSPS or large-scale power outages due to weather, is what it gives you the opportunity to just go to each zone and figure out which areas are without power, and it allows you to look at critical care facilities. So I can go into Man 15 and see how many dialysis centers are in there, how many skilled nursing facilities in there, how many nursing facilities, so that we can go by and do checks to go, hey, make sure that you've got gas in your generator and things along those lines, and just do that follow-up, that courtesy check to make sure on those critical care facilities. So it really helps organize first responders' response in regards to that.
Thank you.
But in regards to your question, it just 100% depends upon the incident that's coming about. If we have a large-scale earthquake, my incident commanders have been given guidance in regards to what that might look like and how we incorporate surge and map your neighborhood and all those components.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Any other council member questions? Thank you. I'd like to open this item up for public comment. Any members of the public in chambers that care to address this item?
No, it's not public safety. There's the man whose email we all need.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, and most importantly, the community and our neighbors. My name is Jeff Wilson, and I'm the Corporate Government Affairs Manager for Chevron. And I just did feel compelled, knowing that my wonderful colleague and boss, our refinery director, Brian Stock, and our wonderful colleague, Jessica Vincent, here tonight, preceded us with a statement on the incident on October 2nd. I just wanted to look back, and we have a lot of history here of having conversations about enhancements to emergency communications. And on September 2nd, I went before the El Segundo City Council to make a commitment to continue to provide support for what the staff in El Segundo had promulgated to put forward better enhancements to meet the expectations of AB 1646. Since that time, following October 2nd, too, I will just state in my time, if you look in this room, I want to again thank the Division Chief, Soraya, Area G, Brandy, the city itself, Ashley. There has never been a more holistic group of emergency response professionals that now are really leaning in, learning, and looking forward to what true comprehensive emergency communications needs to be, what the state-of-the-art technology is, and I will compliment Chief Alexander for understanding that and implementing that. But Chevron stands here in full commitment to both of our surrounding communities and Hawthorne as well, that we want to get it right. Okay. Social media, and I just came from the El Segundo City Council, we know in social media, information is instantaneous, but good factual information is the most important thing. And we want to continue to learn, as I think Brian shared, and look back in that, but we have a firm commitment, to provide the resources, the personnel, and the funding, to the benefit of both the surrounding cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public care to address council in chamber? Okay. Seeing none in chamber, anybody on Zoom? Brianna?
No request on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. In which case, I'll close public comment. Any closing comments by council members? Councilmember Howard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues for all the questions, and truly to not just our staff, City of El Segundo, and our regional partners. I do think, Councilwoman Tournay, you said it so well, it was the best case, worst case scenario. But I am very happy, gratified to see that there are changes. There are some differences now that didn't exist then. People rolled up their shirt sleeves and, understood the importance of a holding statement. I didn't know it was called that, but that's all I wanted. The fact Genesis, while you guys were busy asking questions, I signed up for the system, found out I'm in Area 6. That was exciting. Wanted to order my radio. I think that's incredible advice. I think we need to do as much as we can to let people understand all these things, because we know, look, there's not a lot of members of the public here right now, in case you haven't realized. So we know that the public is going to need lots of reminding, because people only pay attention when something happens like this. So I hope that we keep amplifying the message and keep saying, know your zone. Understand that when things, if, cell towers go down and if everything goes to, HE double hockey stick, sorry, that was what we said when my kids were young, the police will drive up and down the right streets with their public, address systems. There are all these contingencies, and I think people need to understand that, and they need to, just as much as we can keep amplifying that is really important, but well done, everybody.
For my comments, I want to echo what's already been said, and that is to thank our own city team, our Chevron and El Segundo partners for being true partners in addressing what was a learning experience of an incident. There were issues that we experienced. I appreciate the team effort in trying to address the response itself, improve the internal practices, and genuinely be better prepared for future incidents, and to improve notifications going out to our public, and double down on our commitment to improving how we communicate with our residents here, but also in adjoining cities as well. So I would echo the comments that were just made. We need to do better at notifying our public to be, in getting a public outreach campaign that includes some of the basics that we've touched on during this conversation tonight. This is an opportunity. The community is watching. The community had some concerns following the most recent fire. This is our opportunity to explain what we're doing, what they need to do to be better prepared, and to get on with it. Councilmember Tarnay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief since I've already shared my thoughts earlier. But so I think we're at the phase of education. We have to educate our residents, get the information out there. We've had the opportunity to sit through lots of briefings about, and truly I was impressed because it's one thing when you're public facing and you're going through the incidents and you think because there isn't the information out there that people aren't working hard to figure out what the problem is and figure out the communication, figure out the solution. So I think it's important for our public to understand that you guys, you have all done the work that goes into planning. And so now the education phase, which is going to be, I think, as difficult as it is, maybe even more difficult than coming up with a plan, because as much as our residents, when something does happen, everybody is like, what's going on? Why don't you tell us? And you could have told them 10 times and they didn't listen if they're like me, right, until I need the information. So education is important. And I think I really appreciate that you've included the schools into each of your zones, because that could be a part of the solution, is getting our kids the information in Tuesday envelopes from when my kids were in elementary school. But I applaud all of you for the work that you're doing to get the information and getting it right, and so that we're better prepared for the next incident. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Which case we'll now close. Any further direction sought by staff at this time? I think this was just a receive and file. In which case we'll now move on. We'll go back a step. Thank you all for being here. Item number 9, which is consideration of introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Title 5 of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code related to plastic carry-out bag regulations.
All right. Well, good evening again, Mayor Lesser and members of the City Council. Brittany Coker-Moen will be providing the staff report for this item.
Thank you. Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. So the item before you this evening is to consider Ordinance 260004 to amend the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code as it relates to plastic carry-out bags. So the purpose of this amendment primarily is to maintain consistency with recent changes to state law that prohibit plastic carry-out bags and permit only recycled paper carry-out bags at the point of sale. There are no current fiscal implications by approving this item. However, staff time and resources may be expended for public outreach and eventually enforcement if the ordinance is adopted. Wrong way. So to provide some background, the city first banned single-use plastic bags in 2008. The intent was to reduce single-use plastic waste and plastic pollution that eventually negatively impacts our marine environment when it becomes litter. At the time, in 2008, research conducted by Los Angeles County found that 6 billion plastic bags were consumed annually in Los Angeles County, and that less than 5% of those plastic bags were actually recycled. Additionally, plastic bags are not accepted in the city's curbside recycling program. In order to be recycled, they must be dropped off at retailers or local grocers with take-back programs. According to Waste Management, our contracted waste hauler, when plastic bags are included in curbside recycling, they get tangled in the sorting equipment, which essentially damages the equipment, results in shutdowns and losses at the facilities, and eventually can pose threats to worker safety as well. So with all that in mind, in 2008, the city adopted Ordinance Number 2115, prohibiting the distribution of single-use plastic carryout bags to customers at the point of sale at stores including retail, grocery, and restaurants. In the years following, many other California cities and counties adopted their own plastic bag bans. And, in 2011, just as some background, the ordinance was challenged by the Save the Plastic Bag Coalition, as were other city ordinances as well. Eventually, it was upheld by the California Supreme Court, and the city began enforcement of the ordinance in 2014. Also in 2014, the state of California enacted Senate Bill 270, which prohibited the distribution of single-use plastic bags by retail and grocery stores, but not restaurants or food service providers. SB 270 allowed the use of thicker plastic bags that were deemed reusable. However, the state has recently found that these are not generally reused by consumers and that they actually resulted in a significant increase in plastic waste in California landfills. In response to these unforeseen consequences and the increase in more durable plastic bags, the state then passed Senate Bill 1053 in September of 2024, which went into effect this January 2026, and which prohibits both single-use and reusable plastic carryout bags at the point of sale, again to retail and grocers, but not restaurants and food service. SB 1053 further mandates that a bag provided at the point of sale at affected stores, grocers, and retails must be made of recycled content paper. Affected stores are those engaged, as defined by the state, in the retail sale of goods, again, not including restaurants. So the ordinance before you today aims to update the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code to maintain consistency with these changes to state law, prohibiting both single-use and reusable plastic bags. Just a quick overview of the changes to the definitions in the proposed ordinance. There are a few definitions we've added and some that we have revised for clarity. One of the new definitions is that of a carryout bag. A carryout bag is defined in the proposed ordinance as a bag provided to a customer at the point of sale for the purpose of carrying away goods. This does not include bags provided to a customer before the point of sale, such as those for folks buying prescription medication at pharmacies, non-handled bags used to protect other items, and pre-checkout bags. These we commonly refer to as produce bags. That's the most common type. And bags designed to be placed over articles of clothing on a hanger, such as those used in laundry services and dry cleaning. As it's mentioned in the definition of carryout bag, an additional definition we added is pre-checkout bag, which is further defined to clarify those bags that I previously mentioned are excluded as carryout bags, namely those provided to a customer before they reach the point of sale. They're used to protect other items. You can think of when you buy deli meat or fresh fish, those bags used to wrap and protect an item from contaminating other items. Again, produce bags, pharmacy bags, specifically with the intent of prescription medication, and again, garment bags and other bags used to wrap items. A new definition that was added is that of post-consumer recycled content, as SB 1053 mandates that paper carryout bags provided must be made of a certain percentage of post-consumer recycled content. What post-consumer recycled content is material that would otherwise be disposed of. It has reached its intended use by the consumer, and this does not include byproducts or materials from the manufacturing process. So if you think of the way paper is manufactured, it's turned into pulp. If there's excess pulp in that process, that is pre-consumer, not post-consumer. So there's a little diagram there. You can think of it as your used product, your shipping boxes. You put those in your blue cart, they get recycled, they get processed, and they're used to create a new product like a recycled content paper bag. We also updated the existing definition of recyclable paper bag for clarity. The previous definition kind of conflated the two, recycled and recyclable, and lumped them together. And to align with state requirements again, a recycled paper bag for this instance is defined as meeting the following minimum post-consumer recycled content requirements. So until December 31st, 2027, the minimum post-consumer recycled content is 40%. After January 1st, 2028, that goes up to a 50% minimum post-consumer recycled content. And these percentages are pretty in line with what is currently on the market and what you would usually find. You can even see in this example, that bag has 86% post-consumer, becoming more popular as well as even up to 100% post-consumer recycled content. So in addition to these new and some revised definitions, the proposed ordinance further amends the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code to prohibit the distribution of plastic single-use or reusable bags to customers at the point of sale, and requires that a carryout bag provided by a store to a customer at the point of sale is a recycled paper bag made from the minimum requirement for post-consumer recycled content. Amendments to the code further clarify that this chapter shall not apply to pre-checkout bags as previously defined and identified. So it's worth noting that the city's current regulation prohibiting the distribution of single-use plastic carryout bags does extend to restaurants and mobile food vendors. However, state law does not prohibit restaurants and food vendors from distributing single-use or reusable plastic carryout bags. Other cities in California that do have plastic bag bans that extend to restaurants and other food providers to varying degrees include San Francisco, Malibu, and Palo Alto as just a couple of examples. So with this in mind, before you are two versions of the draft ordinance for consideration. Version A maintains the existing definition of vendor as it applies to restaurants and mobile food vendors, and version B revises that definition of vendor to remove restaurants and mobile food vendors. So adopting version B would allow restaurants and mobile food vendors to use carry-out plastic bags. Currently, as it's written, either single-use or reusable. All other changes, the new definitions, the clarifications are identical in both versions. So again, our policy alternative 1 is to introduce version A ordinance, which applies the recommended amendments we just discussed, as they are currently subject to plastic carryout bag regulations, and would maintain the definition of vendor, which prohibits restaurants and mobile food vendors from distributing plastic carryout bags. So the pros of adopting this version is that it will result in a continued decrease in single-use waste and plastic pollution. Paper bags tend to have less of an environmental impact than plastic bags, particularly when they become, or if they become litter and end up in the environment. And unlike plastic bags, paper bags are accepted in the city's curbside recycling and the organics program. So depending on the use, they can go in your green cart or your blue cart. The cons to this version is that it limits the carryout bag options for restaurants and mobile food vendors, requiring them to only use paper bags. And it could result in an increase in operational costs for restaurants and mobile food vendors that currently use plastic bags, as they would need to switch, and paper bags do typically cost a little bit more. So version B of the ordinance, again, redefines vendor, and you can see a screenshot here of the existing language as it is, with the strike-through being the removals of the language in version B to exclude restaurants and mobile food vendors. This would allow restaurants and mobile food vendors to use plastic or paper carryout bags and would not put any limitations on the bags that they are allowed to use. So the pros of adopting ordinance version B are that it could prevent restaurants and mobile food vendors from potentially incurring additional costs. It reduces the likelihood of damage to goods resulting from paper bags that may tear or rip open because of wet products or products with condensation, or if a food item leaks or is warm and condensates. A con of version B is that it will result in continued use of single-use plastics, resulting in additional waste and plastic pollution. And plastic bags have more of an environmental impact than paper bags if they become litter or end up in the environment. And I'd like to provide some additional context for you to consider. A key factor when thinking about the differences between using paper bags and using plastic bags, with specifically the use in restaurants and food vendors, is that carryout bags used to transport prepared foods often may become contaminated with food residue. So they may not just become wet from condensation, but you could have a soup or a salsa or something that leaks that would then contaminate that bag. For paper bags specifically, contamination does impact the durability of the paper bag. As I mentioned, they could tear or rip open. As well as the reuse and recyclability of both paper and plastic carryout bags is impacted when they are contaminated with food residue. For example, a plastic carryout bag that has been contaminated with food residue cannot be reused or recycled. You technically could reuse it if you wanted to go the extra steps to clean it and wash it, and I'm sure there is someone out here willing to do that, but it is not common practice. And when a plastic bag would be taken to a retailer or a grocer with a take-back program, they all require plastic bags to be clean and dry, so they cannot be contaminated. And if someone were to clean out the contamination, the bag would need to be dry, or it won't actually make it to the end recycling process. Whereas a paper carryout bag that has been contaminated with food residue, while it cannot be cleaned or recycled or reused, it can be used as a food liner for your food waste collection, and it can be composted if you have home composting, and it can be placed in the green organics cart. So either way, if you are disposing or reusing a paper bag properly, it does not go to the landfill, whereas plastic bags have a much higher chance of not being recycled and ending up in the landfill. So just some additional context to think about the difference and who is being required to use paper versus plastic and some of those nuances. And finally, staff did present this matter to the North Manhattan Beach Business Association and the Chamber of Commerce at their all-member meeting on December 10th of last year, 2025, and recently at the Downtown Business and Professional Association at their monthly board meeting on February 12th, 2026. I provided contact information, resources, and invited all of the businesses present, as well as the organizations and the chambers, to share that information and reach out to me with any questions or concerns. So finally, staff recommends that City Council consider these recommended amendments and introduce either version A or version B of ordinance number 26-0004. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Brittany. Thank you for that presentation. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brittany. What was the feedback from the restaurants?
I don't know which restaurants were present at the meetings. It wasn't identified who was from what business necessarily. However, the feedback I did get seemed to be a general feeling of acceptance. There weren't many complaints that I recall. And interestingly, a lot of the questions that businesses did have while I was present actually ended up being geared more towards the utensils and the plastic straws. And it kind of became an opportunity to pick my brain about those requirements. But I don't recall there being any major concerns at that time expressed about the plastic bag. And I think a large part of that is because it is also a state mandate. A lot of them are already aware of this. They were expecting it. And you may have already seen a lot of these changes in certain businesses that may have been using plastic before, and they're now using paper.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Charnay.
Thank you, Brittany. I just have a quick question. I'm curious, because the compostable and biodegradable bags are included in Plan, if we were to move forward with Plan A, they would exclude those. Can you explain why those were included?
Yes, so in both versions, for the businesses that are impacted, plastic bags does include compostable and biodegradable plastic bags. The reason for that is in the recycling and composting industry, composting specifically, they do not want compostable plastics. They are difficult to break down. Often the third-party certifications that will say, oh, this is XYZ certified to compost, those timelines that they test those products to break down are often much longer, and at much higher temperatures, whereas the reality is that in the actual industry, these facilities are moving the material much faster in terms of 30 to 45 days, whereas they're tested up to 90 days. And at lower temperatures because they can't maintain those higher temperatures as well. So the large reason is that, in part, they are still a plastic product. They're just amended with some plant-based or other materials, and that they're not recyclable because they're a mix of materials, and they're not compostable or biodegradable at the end of the day.
Interesting. Thank you.
And our current definitions do also include, so those that are regulated that they cannot provide single-use plastic bags, that currently does include compostable and biodegradable plastics. We don't allow those currently.
I want to pick up on your response to Mayor Pro Tem Franklin. Have staff heard from restaurants that are protesting the prohibition of the current code about the current restriction on plastic bags against them? Have we heard from customers in some large numbers that are protesting against the prohibition against plastic bags for restaurant takeout?
I have not heard anything. No one has come to me directly. I did see in the chamber email that information was passed on to the members as well as my contact information. I have not heard any complaints or issues, and it could be that it's not reaching the right audiences yet. And again, at a bare minimum, version B would meet us with where the state is.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Seeing none, we'll open up. But
Actually,
wait.
so do we know how many restaurants are using plastic now? I mean,
That is not an assessment we've done. However, I do have planned some outreach efforts, not just about bags, but about all of our plastic policies in general. And a big part of that is to assess who out there is using what and what can we do to help them use the right products.
all right, thank you.
Good. Any other questions? Don't want to go too fast. Thank you. Open this item for public comment. Anybody in chamber that would like to address this item?
You used your
Seeing-
gavel.
Yeah, that was.
Just a shake.
Not
this
used
up.
to it.
Seeing none, Brianna, anybody on Zoom that would like to offer public comment?
No request on Zoom.
Close public comment. I see that there's a motion by Councilmember Sherillian. The motion is?
Recommend option A for amending Title V of the Manhattan Beach Municipal Code related to plastic carryout bag regulations. Do you want me to do them separately or continue? Introduce ordinance number 26-04.
I see that it has been seconded by Councilmember Tarnay. For my comments, I'll say I am proud to have served with Councilmember Howarth at the time we decided to keep fighting for the plastic bag ban in this city. Originally adopted in 2008, the city was sued by the Plastic Bag Manufacturers Organization and lost in the trial court, lost on appeal to the Court of Appeal. But our council, when we served together, took it all the way up to the Supreme Court, and we won, and we set a very important precedent that was followed by many other jurisdictions. I do not hear any reason to vary from that now that the state law has amended. So I will be in support of the motion.
I call for the
Is there any
question.
other comment? If not, call for the question.
I'll read the title. Ordinance number 26-0004, an ordinance of the City of Manhattan Beach amending Manhattan Beach Municipal Code, Chapter 5.80, to update plastic carryout bag regulations.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Wear that wig, give it up for the Supreme Court.
I'm being asked if we had to wear wigs. I don't think so. The white wigs like from the English common law.
We're still in
Of course.
America.
No.
And we still.
All right, all prepared to keep going?
Yes.
In which case, we'll move on now to item number 11, which is consideration of World Cup public engagement strategy.
Great. Thank you. My name's Alexandria Latrania, the Communication and Civic Engagement Manager. And yes, tonight I will be presenting the public engagement strategy for FIFA World Cup 2026. And tonight, we're asking the council to take action on tangible, cost-effective way for Manhattan Beach to participate in the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And just to give you a little bit of background on that, There's three things that make this moment significant for Manhattan Beach. Number one is Los Angeles is hosting the matches at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, and the city of Manhattan Beach has been selected to host World Cup teams at the Westrift Hotel, which really places our city on the international stage. And finally, FIFA is offering a public engagement program which offers a complimentary artwork branded by FIFA for community public display. So this is a unique opportunity that they're offering cities for these public displays utilizing their trademark logos. And so we're bringing two recommendations tonight. The first is authorizing the street pole banner, which I'll get into the cost, but they are estimated around $124 per banner. But we're offering a tiered system for you to choose what your desired level of visibility or any sort of visibility goals that you might have with that program. And there's 4 different tiers, which I'll dive into in a moment for you to choose from. And again, that artwork would be provided by FIFA. The second thing that we're asking for you is to approve the future sales of those banners after the tournament, which gives residents kind of a lasting memento that also helps the city offset any funds that are expended for that. And so the tiered deployment, so we've really built some flexibility. So the subcommittee came up with different sections in the city that they thought were important to identify. The priority corridors, so that's tier number 1, it would represent roughly 60 to 80 banners, and the estimated cost there is between $7,400 and $9,000, and that would represent Sepulveda Boulevard, Rosecrans Avenue, downtown Manhattan Beach, and North Manhattan Beach. And there's also a map that's been attached to the staff report with those identified available pole locations where the banners could be placed. You'll see that some of the numbers in those identified locations there's a lot more pole locations there than what we're recommending. This really would be a tailored display in those priority corridors. And then the 4 tiers are additive, so each one really builds on the last. So tier 2 would include tier 1 as well, and that's there in the estimated cost. It would include tier 1, Parkview Avenue, Manhattan Beach, Marriott Drive, so around the location of Westdrift. And tier 3 would include tiers 1 and tier 2, representing roughly 90 to 110 banners. And it would also include Manhattan Beach Boulevard around Polywog Park, Valley Drive near Live Oak Park. And then tier 4, the subcommittee also thought maybe we want to include soccer fields as an option. And so it would include tiers 1 through 3, as well as Marine Avenue Park and Manhattan Village Fields.
Oh, that's
And so some of the fiscal implications I just wanted to lay out for you. Again, the cost of the artwork is $0, but the cost for printing and installation and the hardware that would be used to install those banners, that's estimated to be about $124 per banner, and the city would be responsible for that. Available in the management services budget is $9,000, and those are funds that we do keep in the communications division's budget for communication initiatives that are unplanned. And so at this point, we could pull from that funding. And then the different tiers, ranging from tier 1 to tier 4, the approximate number of banners and the estimated costs are laid out there for you. So additional consideration, 2 quick notes on watch parties. The subcommittee recommends against city organized events. So the safety, staffing, and security demands are simply too significant during an already busy summer. and our public safety resources will be directed to known areas of concern during that time. Private businesses can still host watch parties under our municipal code with the permits and are encouraged to reach out to our planning division on that. And on banner duration, our municipal code does limit banners to 14 days. And so should the city council approve the purchase and hanging of banners for FIFA World Cup, we would also recommend extending that under our municipal code because it allows the city council authority to grant an exception for public service announcements, which is what we're requesting tonight. And so looking ahead, this really is just the first step. We've submitted our application to participate in the torch relay for LA 28. So I know that was also direction that we received from the city council. So that application has been submitted, but we're waiting for further information and waiting to hear regarding our application from LA 28. But we are excited about that. And so staff will return with a broader 2028 Olympics engagement recommendation at a future meeting. So as soon as we do hear from LA 28 with additional details about what that torch route would look like or any sort of expectations from the committee, we'll definitely return to City Council with costs and a whole outline of what that looks like. And then finally, this is the City Council direction that we're requesting tonight. So selecting a tier, either 1 through 4, a combination of those based on your desired visibility and budget. Second, approve the future sale of street pole banners after the conclusion of the tournament to offset those general fund expenditures. And then finally, to authorize the street pole banners to be displayed for longer than 14 days pursuant to our policy. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for that report, Ally. Councilmember Sharia.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ally. This sounds cool, kind of getting excited for this to come down. I think you answered my question, but I'm going to ask it again because I don't know if it was as clear, but you said you can mix and match some of the tiers, like if you wanted tier 2, but you wanted to add like Manhattan Beach Boulevard. So there's
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
so there's flexibility there. So if you wanted to do our priority tiers and then display at the parks, you could do that as well.
Got you. And then the art pieces, those are going to be how many different types of banners per se?
At this point, I don't know. I reached out to the host committee for Los Angeles FIFA, and they are still working on getting the artwork approved. So I was hoping to give you guys one tonight to take a look at, but I don't have that available for you.
And will it be, it'll be approved by FIFA, but we'll have like the Manhattan Beach kind of our logo-ish somewhere in there?
Yes, okay. I requested that our logo be displayed, and it will say something to the effect of Manhattan Beach welcomes you.
Great. One last question. The post the event, something about the banners still being there for how long would that be, or do we decide that?
We can decide that. So I believe the program specifies that they be displayed by a certain date. I believe that's May 1st. And but pursuant to our policy, the council would have to authorize the banners to be displayed for more than 14 days. So if you guys agree and you want to have the banners displayed, you would have to authorize the display of the banners for more than 14 days.
Got you. So the total display of the banners will be from May
1st
to
however
long we
FIFA goes until July 12th, so we could extend it beyond that if you want, or wrap it up at that point if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Howard.
Yes, thank you. Can you remind me why we didn't decide to do or present an option of going down Manhattan Beach Boulevard west of Sepulveda?
Manhattan Beach Boulevard west of Sepulveda?
Yeah.
I don't recall
I
from
can
this
jump.
subcommittee.
Okay.
I don't think there was a conscious decision to not include that. The decision was to focus on the Polywalk Park area,
Right,
which is why we
right.
see it further east.
Yes. So we could, I mean, to Councilmember Sherillian's, if we decided we wanted to put some there, so it's like a welcome, like a steady welcome, we could do that. Number 2 on the direction requested. When we talk about approving the sale of banners, and I know, I mean, I've kind of bid on banners before, whatever, but there's also companies that will create things out of the banners, like little zipper pouches or tote bags or things like that. Is that something we could look into as well? Or
We can look into that. That's not
all
something
for
I'm.
accessories.
I love that idea. I would imagine that the cost to fabricate that would be an additional
But
thing
you
that we
can
would
sell
need to budget.
them, like if you contract out with a company, so we wouldn't even have to sell them ourselves. So you might want to, I guess, it doesn't impact my decision, but it would be something to look for because you contract out with them and then you can sell it for higher money sometimes. Sometimes people want a banner to frame, but sometimes people want a tote bag, just saying.
So that's definitely direction we would love to receive if you want us to go that way.
Maybe it's a legal question. Can we charge something higher than our cost?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, for something like this, yes.
Okay.
Good question.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Do we have any idea what the graphics are going to look like? Is it going to be a team name on it? Is it going to be a player's face on it? Is it going to be is it just going to be?
They haven't given us any
Are they going to be same? Are they going to be different? Are they going to be?
Yeah, they haven't given us any indication that there is going to be a specific team on it. I would imagine they're not going to do that since, some of the qualifiers, have been determined, but some of the later games have not. So I can't imagine that they would be a particular team. And it's coming from FIFA, so it's not a team-related banner.
Okay. The material, is it going to be, sort of the canvas, plastic coated?
Right, so that's up to us. And so FIFA is giving us the artwork, but it's up to the city to choose a vendor to actually get it printed. So we were going to use a printer that we've worked with a bunch. We've printed these before. They've stood up to the weather, all of those sorts of factors, and making sure that the hardware is going to stand up to the weather. And all of that would be professionally installed by our vendor. And that's incorporated in that price.
And that price is going to be the installation?
Correct.
As well as the fabrication and the...
And hardware. Correct.
Okay. So we're getting this designation because we're hosting teams at they're going to be staying at the West Drift?
I'm sorry, getting what designation?
I mean, we're getting this designation as whatever we're being designated as because teams are staying at the West Drift?
So the city of Manhattan Beach wasn't designated as anything special, but the West Drift, which is in Manhattan Beach, was identified as a hotel, and those rooms have already been booked as a hotel for FIFA World Cup. So there will be teams staying there.
Okay. So I've mentioned before, my daughter worked at West Drift, and I think, there's football and professional and college, and, there's Super Bowls. I think, we had 2 Super Bowls hosted anyway, but, the hotel requests security because they don't want, non-players and non-family members on. I mean, are we going to be allowed to, are fans going to be allowed to be in the general area? I mean, to gather and scream for their fans and everything, or for their teams?
Yes. To answer that question, I have Chief Johnson.
And then also, who's going to pay the extra cost of the security?
So as I hear it, there are 2 questions. Are fans going to be allowed near the West Drift, and who's going to pay for services provided by the city? So the answer to your first question is yes, that fans will be allowed to be near the West Drift. FIFA likes to create a fan experience at all the host hotels, so unlike the Super Bowl and other things that we have regularly where we have teams staying at the West Drift, the buses will be wrapped with the team names and their logos and things like that. They want to create an experience even at the hotels so that fans can wish their team well on their way to the games and on their way back. So that requires a lot more security than, let's say, weekly teams staying at the West Strip Hotel where there is zero fanfare and it's very formulaic. And so it's a different security footprint and profile, and it's significant, especially on game days. With regard to who is going to pay for it, we have applied for a grant through the California Office of Emergency Services to help us with both infrastructure and our staff costs. We expect that we are going to receive grant funding. What that number is, we don't know, but I don't think it'll be zero. But if there is not money or we don't receive funds, we still have a requirement to keep the community safe, and we will have to unfortunately expend general funds for that. But again, I don't think that that's going to be the case.
So fans will be allowed on the West Drift property?
They will be allowed on parts of the West Drift property in the street out in front, but not, people won't be allowed inside of the property and things like that, but outside in the driveway, on the street to create a buzz, things like that.
Okay. Are they going to go through a security checkpoint? Or?
No, they will just be outside.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Tarnay?
Just along those lines, Chief, is there a way to keep people out of the city from coming into the city to those fan zones? Do we have a way of doing that to limit the number of people who come to our city? Is there a way that we can, minimize our security costs by doing that?
Unfortunately, we have a big X factor in terms of who's going to stay at our hotel and what kind of fan base they have. All the fan bases for World Cup teams are very, very enthusiastic. Some of them are more enthusiastic than other teams, and we don't have a way of knowing that right now, but hopefully we will know soon. But there isn't a real way to prevent people from coming. It's a public space, public streets, public sidewalks, all of those things. Our best bet and the thing that we are doing is to prepare for every eventuality and make sure that we have a robust plan and security profile and stature to make sure we're prepared to take on whatever the event throws us.
Thank you. And I know as part of the subcommittee discussions, we elected to not recommend viewing parties.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you share with us some of the considerations you provided to us about security, about spreading our security thin? So is that part of the consideration? We're concentrating the security where it's necessary, so we are not, recommending hosting in other areas, viewing parties?
Yes, ma'am, that you're spot on in that assessment. And essentially, the current security profile we're looking at is a significant number of officers, well over 24 on game days, and probably half that on non-game days. And that's a significant number of our personnel. And although we are looking to have other departments assist us with security of the West Drift and related facilities, that's still a lot of our people that we will have in those places. And so if we were to have a watch party or something like that, we would really kind of overexpend our resources. And, we're not looking at this, it's not a one-day event, as you well know. It's, multiple days of events, multiple days of games. And even on those non-game days, we're still going to have a significant amount of staffing. And so with the idea we want to make sure that our personnel are able to refresh themselves in some fashion and, have days off and not be constantly forced to work, as well as not overextend our partners who are coming to help us. It was our recommendation that we concentrate our resources where we know that they will need to be, rather than having a watch party that would really extend us beyond what we think is reasonable.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ally? I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Sure.
Why should council vary from our city's limitations on pole banners for this event, which is not local, not a local business, and we haven't even seen the artwork? I'm still trying to get my head around, even though I coach soccer, my kids are into soccer, I know a certain colleague that's kind of into soccer. I get all that, but I'm having trouble getting my arms around this, particularly because historically we've been quite skeptical about pole banners at all, let alone for some event that's not even local. So help me understand the rationale for that.
This was an opportunity that our subcommittee discussed, and it was an opportunity for the city to engage in a very fiscally conservative way, a way that doesn't take up staff resources. It doesn't really take up too much of our budget. It does have a little bit of a budget, but not too much. It's a way for our city to engage with FIFA World Cup, which is going to be in our region. We are going to have teams and plenty of fans within our city. It was supported by our business groups who are part of our subcommittee. And so this was a decision that, while we aren't doing a watch party because many of our resources are going to be focused on the security of our city, which was identified as a high priority by the city council as well as our subcommittee, but this was a way for us to offer engagement in this really once-in-a-generation event that's coming to our region.
Okay. That's helpful, but engagement. We've heard that engagement at this point includes being outside the hotel where a team is staying. I haven't heard engagement with regard to coming to our businesses. I guess I want to better understand what engagement means, other than it's really cool and we want to welcome international visitors to our community and be part of this regional event. But can you define engagement? And this is obviously a policy discussion for council, but I'm just wondering if you have any insight.
Absolutely. I think it was discussed in the way that this is a identified way for us to welcome those visitors to our community. And undoubtedly, with that many people in the area, they are going to want to go to visit our businesses. They're going to want to go eat. They're going to want to go maybe watch the game, see the team off, and then go watch the game at our local businesses. So that is undoubtedly going to happen if we're having this many people in our city.
And do we know what neighboring cities are doing with regard to banners at this point?
This is a program that has been offered to all the neighboring cities. I am not aware, since the program hasn't even been launched yet, I'm not aware of other cities, but I'm keeping my ear close to the ground to hear what other cities are doing. Okay. But in the meantime, this is something that, we're bringing this item back, and for time purposes, we wanted plenty of time to make, the council wanted to order those banners, we wanted to offer plenty of time to make that happen, engage in it.
Okay, and finally, the staff report, the printed staff report that's also posted references Beach City's Transit Line 109, which currently operates and goes through the city. And as I understand it, it could be literally a method for residents to use to access the game and those from out of town to get it into the city. And I'm just wondering, is there any direction we can provide to better promote this? Because this is already available to us. We've already paid. We're already paying for a small amount of this bus line, this fixed route transit to go through our community. City Manager?
Is the question about promoting on social media or via other sources? Because we can promote on social media anytime. That doesn't cost us anything. So I guess I would like a little bit more information on what exactly the direction would be. Okay,
I welcome talking about that with my colleagues. Thank you. Councilmember Howard.
And I might want to save my time for comments, although I do have a question about devil's advocate, because I feel like you weren't just taking a different position. I think you might have had those questions for yourself. So are you really calling yourself the devil? That's all. Yes, I am going to save some of my comments, but I guess we've been talking about World Cup and Olympics for a long time, and I guess I have a question for my colleagues. Do we understand that this is happening, right? It's a real question. I mean, they are coming here.
Right, yeah.
Okay, all right.
We're an international location.
We are.
You do a search for top 10 places to visit in LA, Manhattan Beach.
Without the World Cup. Yes, even without the World Cup. All right, just I'll make comments later because I think I'm good on all that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If that was a question,
no, there were no questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
I will ask a question.
Well done, sir.
So this is going to be happening at the same time of a very special 4th of July type of event called America 250. So, which will want banners, which will want flags, which will want, events as well, which is smack dab, well, it's not dab in the middle, it's towards the end. And we still don't know the schedule because there's a couple of countries on there that we don't know if they're going to be coming to the United States. So how are we going to sort of work both of them in? Because residents are having an expectation of some sort of special July 4th.
Absolutely. And I believe that street pole banners would be incorporated in that 250th celebration, which our Parks and Rec department is currently working on, and we're in constant contact. So if there is a decision from the council regarding the FIFA banners, obviously that would be coordinated with our Parks and Rec department as well. I know that, the permits will be filed together. We're going to, make sure that that is a coordinated effort, which is also why you see there are plenty of pole banner locations identified on this map. I haven't given as part of the staff recommendation to fill up every single one of those pole banner locations. So we would have to think about it strategically of where the locations would be.
Right, okay.
For each.
And Chief, I'm still putting my hands around 24 people, 24 security personnel.
More than that, but yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, can you tell me how much more than that?
It really will depend, but right now we're planning, when I did some back of the napkin math before this meeting, probably about 30 officers plus professional staff plus private security.
Right, okay. And then how does that leave like an area like downtown? In terms of, protection, patrols?
We will still have our regular staffing that we would have for any summer day, which is enhanced staffing over and above what we have at other times of the year. So we will be prepared to respond to calls for service. That's always our primary duty, but we are also having to staff at the very same time security for the West Drift.
Okay. And do you see, I like the idea of not an official viewing party, but, there's going to be people gathered around the bars and restaurants that have TVs and everything. What's going to prevent them from spilling out into the street and interfering with traffic and keeping them safe?
Well,
sidewalks,
I would hope a strong sense of self-preservation keeps them out of moving traffic, but understanding that downtown traffic during the summer is quite slow.
Don't necessarily have that kind of instinct.
Well, if you recall, Mayor Pro Tem, in all seriousness, one of the things that we've discussed when we were discussing another item related to the World Cup was the very high likelihood that people will spill out into the streets or onto the sidewalks as they are trying to catch a glimpse of the game, especially if it's a close game. And we are prepared to, if we have to, shut down streets in Manhattan Beach, in downtown Manhattan Beach, to keep the community safe. That's one of the contingencies that we are prepared for.
Okay, so I heard the number 30, and that's going to be mostly deployed at the West Drift?
Yes. And then we'll have an additional contingent that will be deployed throughout the city to answer normal calls for service. Because it's the summer, because it's World Cup, that number is enhanced over and above the normal number of officers we would have on any given day.
Okay, since the West Drift is profiting by, this, I'm sure their room rates were not lowered but raised, have we approached them to talk to them about paying for this extra security?
As yet, we have not approached them. We are waiting to hear back. We should hear this week. That's what I understand from Lieutenant Benjamin, our special events lieutenant. We should hear back this week so that we have some idea as to the funding that we will receive from FIFA. And if that funding doesn't appear like it's going to cover our expenses, we'll work with the city manager to determine next steps.
Okay. And the $9,000 available management services budget, city manager or Allie, like what else is that used to pay for? In other words, what are we going to be going without if we're using that money?
We won't be going without anything. Typically, every year in the budget, especially for communications, we reserve a little bit for unplanned communication initiatives. So these are things that come up throughout the year that just are not anticipated, but we have an obligation to communicate with our community on. So that's something that I do plan for, those sort of unplanned things. So we haven't utilized a lot of that this year, and I don't anticipate utilizing a lot of it for the rest of this fiscal year, which we only have a few months left. So it leaves $9,000 left. But there isn't anything in particular that we wouldn't be able to engage in without those funds.
All right, thank you.
Colleagues, I have a question on the subject, but just from a meeting management standpoint, it is 10:19. I don't think we're going to go past 11, but so we have capacity to discuss this item as it warrants. Is there a motion to extend time? I see there is a motion by Councilmember Haworth with a second by Councilmember Sherrillian. Call for the question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. A question for Ally, if I could. I'm trying to move this process forward and maybe see if we can't find some consensus. If there were a desire of council to see what the designs are for the banners before approving them, is there time? I'm trying to better understand the timeline, particularly because we're at March 3rd today.
Yeah, so my concern with that is that if we were to delay a decision in the ordering, so I expect to have the designs later this week, is what they have said. If we were to delay that and bring it back to City Council, my concern is that the hardware would get bought up and that the installers, the printers would be booked up and prices could potentially change. And so that's why I'm bringing this item tonight in hopes that we can get our ducks in a row of what the desired visibility is so that I can go ahead and move forward once the artwork becomes available.
Thank you. Councilmember Sherrillian.
Thank you, and I appreciate that question, Mayor, but I think, we have to trust our staff that they're going to be in good taste. I think, they're not going to put anything out there that's not Manhattan Beach. Quick question, I'll keep it real brief. It said 248 poll locations on the map.
Right.
So does that mean if we go with the 70 to 90, so you're going to select specific polls? There's a total of 248 recognized there, but you're
Right.
going to choose only, you're going to scatter them?
No, so let's say you chose tier 2, so that's 70 to 90 polls, I think is what you said you would identify potentially. Yes. Okay, so that's 70 to 90 polls, and it's tier 1, so it's Sepulveda, Rosecrans, downtown Manhattan Beach, North Manhattan Beach, Parkview Avenue, and Manhattan Beach Marriott Drive. And so if you were to add up all of those dots on there, it's way more than 70 to 90. Right. It's probably more like 180. And so my point in that is that I would just select certain spots, not all of them, because we would want to leave room for the 250th anniversary. I would do it tastefully so it's not bombarding people as they're driving down the street. I would handpick them in those identified areas.
Yeah, and just for the footnotes, I like MAB too, so thank you.
Plus, the other thing we'd want to make sure in terms of the placement is that there aren't trees blocking those particular light poles. Yeah, we'd have to actually run through that exercise.
Great. Councilmember Howard.
Just a quick question regarding the artwork. Is there some expectation that it will relate to the city poster, the LA World Cup poster? Like the
potentially.
So, and I don't know, it's a very beautiful, poster. Somebody came by sunset over LA. And so, they've done an amazing job with art. Every city, every World Cup location has had a very local artist create a beautiful, so every, kind of big location has a piece of art. So I would imagine it might be something like that.
Yeah, if you go to their website, you can see the artwork
I should
that
bring it up.
it won a competition. It was a local LA artist that made this beautiful piece of art that won their poster contest. So they have been utilizing that.
Yeah.
I would imagine that it would look something like that, along with their branded
Yeah.
FIFA, LA FIFA host.
And then room for our stuff. And
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council questions? If not, we'll open this item for public comment. Any members of the public in chamber that want to comment on this item, please, welcome.
You've waited all night.
Waiting all night to stand up. Thank you for the opportunity. Kelly Stroman, Executive Director for Downtown Manhattan Beach. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The world is coming here. We need to welcome them. And there's no better way to show our spirit, and very safe way to show our spirit, than to embrace the marketing efforts of FIFA. As Ali mentioned, the LA designs that are gorgeous, locally designed. I can tell you the Downtown Business Association is extremely excited about the opportunity to host and learn and see and engage with people from all over the world. We do that in a very micro way every single weekend. If you go stand on the corner by the kettle, you're going to hear many different languages and dialects. This will be something that will be a cultural experience for everybody of every age. And it's important that we welcome people in a very friendly fashion. When you go to a city, when you travel and you see banners saying, welcome to Paris, welcome to wherever, you know, it's something that just gives you a little bit of a feel-good moment. So the committee has worked very hard on this. We encourage you to do this. I can tell you that without a shadow of a doubt, if money is an issue, that the Downtown Business Association will fund our own banners with whatever is approved to do. But then we would want the right to sell our own banners too. So this is something that we really believe very strongly in. So I do hope you support it tonight. Thank you.
Any other members of the public in chamber that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, Brianna, is anybody on Zoom that would like to address this item?
No request on Zoom.
In which case, I'll close public comment. Councilmember Hobart.
So I really appreciate all the questions from my colleagues, especially about public safety and how is it going to work with, you know, the people who are going to be visiting and people at the hotel. And it's important that our residents understand how much effort our police department and our fire department have put into the planning. I mean, they have been working, I don't know, since October, September on this. They are working with the Secret Service, they're working with, you know, FBI, they're working with the county. And so your questions really allow our staff to reassure our residents. Having said that, I think we need to move beyond that. I think we've asked these questions a lot. And the banners don't really have much to do with the questions. It's been said that I'm such a fan of soccer. Yes, but you know what? I'm a fan of joy. I am, and if you have ever been anywhere, I mean, actually, when Italy won the World Cup, it wasn't the very last one, it was the one before that, I think. Help me out here. The Azul, or Azure, sorry. Anyway, I was at Nando. I was at Nando having dinner, and he comes running out, and you can imagine what Nando did when Italy won, right? Oh, no! You know, he's not just talking with his hands, he's shouting with his hands, you know? And it was so great to be there, and I was so excited for him just because I knew he was Italian, and they had won. And then a car went driving down the street with an Italian flag, and there will be so much of that, right? It's contagious joy, and it's what this world needs. And it would be my honor if people came into my community in you know, and felt welcomed. If people from, you know, all these different countries came, whether they're fans of their team and they're playing here or not, and they felt welcomed. These events bring us together. So I do think it is different. I think it's something, people keep saying it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I understand people, it's our job to make sure that we're still not, that we're representing the values of our community and that we're keeping our community safe. And we have policies about, banners, and I applaud those policies and support them. But I think the excitement, but it is this opportunity to be part of something so positive in a time that we really need. If we can be this place, if we can be the people who say, I don't understand a word you're saying, but I like your shoes and I like your team, and you buy them a beer and they're excited to be here, and the banners represent that. So I really, I think, also, there's lots of discussions about where they should be, and I'll support those discussions. I really appreciate you bringing up the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country. And it sounds like Allie, she's not just slathering them all over town. There'll be room for that. So I think that's really important, because I do love our country, but I love this opportunity to welcome people and make them feel good. I think that's such a thing we can do. So I hope you guys will all support that.
I see that there is a motion, and maybe I'd like to hear what the motion is before I make some remarks and ask some questions. Councilmember Charnay.
I'd like to make my remarks before I state my motion, please. I'm just shocked that this is the bare minimum of what I think our city should do. Our subcommittee went through the exercise of considering every option that we have to make this a festive event. This is a world event that people come from all over the world to every single FIFA. So it's not just our city. It's going to be all of Greater LA. We're a team hotel. So, what Kelly brought up, can you imagine coming into a city that's hosting teams where we do nothing as a city to recognize this remarkable event? I was 20 years old the last time FIFA World Cup came to Los Angeles. So it's been, now I'm going to date myself, 32 years, right? So it's been 32 years. So who knows if I will live to see another World Cup, but if I have the opportunity now to welcome the people who are coming from all over the world to celebrate their team, I'm not afraid to be bold and say, welcome to Manhattan Beach.
That's bold.
And then as far as the money factor, I mean, come on. Every single auction that we've had of art that's been produced in our city, whether or not it was the art pieces on I remember when our lifeguard towers had them, those sold no problems. I wish I could have gotten one of those. So, I would love to support Tier 4 of 100 to 120. There's still enough room to include flags, which is also a remarkable time to, I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem brought up the anniversary of the founding of our nation, because this is what will be unifying. We're welcoming the world, but we're all reminding them
I'm so
that
sorry.
it's the 250th anniversary of our founding. And I would love to get one of the banners in an auction. I know that I
There
will
you go.
be fighting, that could be one of the banners, but I know there are many people in our city who would be bidding on those banners, so I think we're going to be able to, including a few people in this room that I've been, seeing as my opposition on bidding. But I think we're going to be able to recoup that money and then some without any problems. And I can see little Knox, as an adult remembering the World Cup coming to our city, because he'll probably be my age before it comes back again. And that's the thing, is I hope that you will all embrace this. Be bold, charge ahead into the territory of banners.
Wow.
That's it.
You used the Knox card. You used the Knox card.
He's ready.
You could have been a coach with that sort of enthusiasm, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin.
Okay, so you're misunderstanding my fiscal responsibility here for not having a big blank check going out for the security. The security is going to be huge on this. We have a packed summer anyway. You've all walked down the streets. You've seen it packed, sidewalks, everything. And that's fine. There's going to be more people. The banners, pick 300. Go ahead. That's what concerns me the most. And we don't have those answers. We've asked the FIFA committee for a grant. We don't know what that's going to be, this type of thing. So, but it's also a decision that can be delayed because, people are going to come no matter what, right? And so I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the safety. It's how many week? It's a 8, 1, 2, 3. It's from June 12th through July 10th. So it's
It's about a month.
A month?
So 1, 2. Well, it's a little bit more than a month.
Can I ask?
6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 weeks.
It's 6 weeks.
5 weeks. Chief says 5.
5 weeks.
Chief says
5 weeks.
Can I just, I'm sorry, you pressed your button, but can I ask a question? Because you're talking about security.
Can I just talk?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't
All right.
realize you were done. I was trying to support you on something. Go ahead.
Thank you. You can do that. Take a turn.
Good.
So this is an open-ended proposition, and I understand it's bringing business in. It's going to be, how many times have we talked about the crowds? The crowded sidewalks. We talked about that during the sidewalk signs and things like that. So have banners. Go ahead and decide on the banners. I raised my concern about, the other event that's going to be going on. That's going to be probably a multi-day event in the middle of this. And multi-day, when the plans, gel on that. But it's the security. It's just keeping people safe. I mean, these, just want to make sure we have enough. 30 sounds okay. I think that's the bottom line. That's probably the starting line because we're going to have the whole downtown area and other parts of the city to protect as well. So you don't necessarily need to address it. I mean, I've heard the 30, but.
Sir, I would like to address it.
Okay.
And so I'm Lieutenant Benjamin. I'm the Special Events Manager here in the city. For a little bit of history on what has occurred so far, I personally have attended no fewer than 20 meetings with FIFA, including the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
They cover all things related to security and probably things that normal citizens would not think about. For example, a week or two ago, I attended a meeting related to drone and counter-drone situations because drones may be an issue. But it's not just me going to these meetings. Our fire department has been going to the meetings. Allie and her team have been going to the meetings. My team has been going to the meetings. So we sent our drone team to LAX last week, as an example, to view technology and see what resources are available for us. So it isn't even about the number of officers that we are going to have, because we're going to have fire personnel assisting us for medical emergencies. We plan to have CERT out there. We plan to have our volunteers out there, maybe our explorers out there. We plan to have physical barriers and other security apparatus that'll be in the area. And there will be officers too that you just will not see, and that's intentional. But we are working closely with the West Rift. We are working closely with FIFA and the FIFA host committee, which are two separate things. And I would be lying to say that worrying about security doesn't keep me up at night. It does. But ultimately, it is my job as the special events manager here to ensure the safety of the city. And that's why the special events committee recommended not doing a watch party, as much as we wanted to get to yes on that. Because ultimately, that's the goal of all staff here, right? Is to get to yes on these really cool events. And we couldn't get to yes on that. And that's because our number one priority is the safety of our citizens here.
Any follow-up? Just, what's it going to cost?
So, to that point, The chief mentioned previously that we will have those numbers this week. In fact, I expect to have them this Thursday. I'm attending meeting number 537 related to FIFA on that. Importantly, like, it is my job to make it fiscally make sense in a way that doesn't bankrupt our city or cost their citizens their tax money to fund an outside organization. Like, I'm well aware of that, and that's why we also look to use a lot of technology instead of just people on the ground. With that said, what I have been told by FIFA representatives is they used the proposal that the city of Manhattan Beach created as the example for all other cities in the Southland. And so that is why we expect to receive the amount of money that we are going to need to keep our city safe, because it was our proposal that was used.
Okay, thank you. I see Councilmember Tarnay, but did you want to interject?
No,
No. Yeah, thank you, Lieutenant, because I think in the subcommittee, this is how we decided not to go forward with the watch party, even though I really wanted it, and we looked at every angle. So I appreciate that you are looking at it from a fiscal conservative public safety standpoint, but this was the whole point of our subcommittee, and beyond that, what the lieutenant and our public safety agencies have been doing all along. And so this motion actually doesn't have anything to do with that, and I believe in our public safety departments to figure out, there are things that they cannot answer because it's been 32 years and we didn't have social media, we didn't have the technology, so it's a little bit of an X factor, but I appreciate that they have been planning for it and are continuing to plan for it, and so my motion stands at tier 4 for the 100 to 120 banners.
Councilmember.
For May 1st, I'm sorry, from the period of whenever it's required, May 1st until the last day.
So I apologize, I misspoke about the timing. So the program itself requires that the banners are installed by June 1st.
June
and
1st.
They remain through July 20th.
That's perfect.
My apologies.
That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Howard.
I was going to call for the question, but I see that you want to speak. I'm glad we need to bifurcate this. It's about banners. And I think that I really appreciate you standing up to speak about all the things that the police and the fire are doing behind the scenes. And I think there's a little bit of frustration, not that, you particularly are concerned about this, because we all are concerned about public safety. I think it's that we are all concerned and we are being taken care of, and also fiscally being taken care of. And I don't want the community to feel otherwise. There's no validity to, saying, well, they're not going to pay us, or we're going to be on the hook, and we don't. So I think that's my frustration, that we are really. I don't want to bankrupt this city. I don't want us to be unsafe, but I want to welcome people. So, but I see, yeah.
Of course, we're a very welcoming city.
It doesn't, yeah.
But you're going to have a full city anyway, and then you're going to be
right.
Double that.
Well,
triple.
But we cannot stop people from coming, so we are doing what we're doing.
I'm just saying, how much is going to cost?
And we're going to be ready for them. We're going to be ready for them.
For my own comments, I just want to focus on the banners. I'm trying to get there. I'm trying to get there because I share our subcommittee's view that we want to be welcoming. I coached youth soccer. We want to be part of a larger region. But I'm still troubled by the long-held practice of our community, let alone our code restricting banners. And banners, that code is in place for a reason. I'm also just troubled by the artwork not yet seen, even though it looks beautiful. I'm also just troubled with the precedent. But yet I'm also troubled by the number of banners, because to go from very few, if any, to the large scale, can we perhaps go smaller, fewer?
What would you suggest what would it take to get your support?
I probably want to do the minimal number, but I do want to make this I want to make this a council collective decision. And I want to hear from Councilmember Sherillian, who'd like to speak, but I am in favor of welcoming the region to our community. Of course. Okay. Councilmember Sherillian.
Mine's very short. I do, I guess my question is, I'm for banners, whatever number everybody feels like, that's fine. I think Councilmember Haworth mentioned something about west of MBB, west of Sepulveda. So I don't know if that needs to be in the motion that we can take a look at, because I mean, it makes sense that west of Sepulveda, like that that's a main thoroughfare, Manhattan Beach Boulevard, for it to, so that's the only thing but I support whatever everybody agrees on, whatever tier.
Go ahead, sorry, Nina.
Councilmember Tornay, and then
I know, Ally, you had said that June 1st would be the first day. Would they allow us to do it earlier if we wanted it earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I would not support that. That's what we're dispatching Victor from.
Okay.
That's to clarify, we would need to have them installed by June 1st. So all of that would depend on the scheduling with our vendor, whatever vendor we pick. It, may be days before that because of their scheduling constraints.
Okay, that makes
So
sense.
I think that a couple things. Maybe we could come back with a map that actually, let's say this motion passes. So then we come back, Ally could come back with a map and artwork to say, here's what the artwork looks like. And, if we wanted, we could go nuclear and say, no, we won't. It's going to be beautiful, but maybe it needs to come, I would approve it tonight. I'm not saying it's pending approval. Come back and show us the artwork and show us the map that maybe includes some west of Sepulveda. Show us where flags could be, et cetera. And, we'll keep doing updates with security and all of that, but I think we got to call for the question. We're spending a lot of time on this, which is important, but I'd like to call for the question.
would you like to call for the question, or do you want to hear from Councilmember Tornay, who's requested to?
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to stick to tier 4, but look at where we can spread it out to include Manhattan Beach Boulevard and maybe even Rosecrans, so that it is.
It's already on Rosecrans, right?
I don't think it's west of, is it, we see on there?
Oh, west of
Rosecrans.
Yeah, that's
Rosecrans.
what.
So that it's, it's spread out more so that it's not just so dense. And I understand, the mayor's concern about the precedents. Well, the precedents may be every 30 years we do this. And, so that it is not an event that happens all the time.
Call for the question, because I did say bring back a map, because I'm interested in west, and so is some other people. So that was the question.
Thank you. Call for the question.
Sorry if I can't.
No, we can't.
Motion passes 4-1. Mayor Pro Tem Franklin voting no.
Thank you.
Okie dokie.
Get my
Football is life.
We move on to item number L, City Council requests and reports, including AB 1234 reports, and then on to item M, future agenda items. Colleagues, any future agenda items?
I have one, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Franklin?
Yes, so it was suggested that we create an America 250 subcommittee. So I would like to get support for that. Because this would be planning for events on or about and around July 4th for this summer.
And is the rationale, I want to be careful of the Brown Act, but just to clarify what you think the advantages of a subcommittee, particularly given that we're getting close in time?
Sure. It was suggested to me.
It was what? I didn't hear.
Suggested to.
Oh, by staff? Just
Yeah, by staff.
staff wants a subcommittee?
I mean, we could, that, I was told that was the best way for this to proceed, so.
Let me just ask a question of staff in terms of how this would proceed if we did not have a subcommittee. And does staff see, for example, a subcommittee would, there's so many decisions in this, policy decisions, that I'm just hesitating. Madam City Manager.
Our Parks and Recreation team has been working hard on bringing back information on everything that was brought up at the council meeting during the third vote for this item. They're close to bringing that back where the council will have an opportunity to give us additional direction from there.
Including but not limited to establishing a subcommittee.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
so
fine.
maybe we'll defer that if that's
Yeah.
all right.
If it's
I
coming back, great.
heard that there was another council member that had an item.
Oh, I just have
Councilmember Tarnay, and then
a report that the Mayor Pro Tem and I were at the Independent City, or is this where I do this?
So you know what, that we skipped over item L, but please, we can go back and include your report.
Okay. We attended the Independent Cities Association Conference in Santa Barbara on the weekend of February 20th through the 22nd, and I attended some very informative sessions, including one on the Coastal Commission, one on cybersecurity, and that's why I asked earlier what our contingency plan was for cybersecurity, and then also short-term rental. So it was really informative.
Yeah. And we also got a drone demo of the, the product that, I believe the drone system that we purchased.
Cool.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Cool.
Anything further?
Nope.
Okay, in which case we'll go back to item M, which is the future agenda items, because I have one. And that is with regard to our Manhattan Beach Community Emergency Response Team, our MB CERT. We'd like to direct staff to work with the MB CERT board on the fiscal year 2026-2027 funding that it might need and present that to council during our budget discussion.
A second.
Second by Councilmember Schwillian. In which case, without any further future agenda items being proposed, move on to our city manager report. I know many have been waiting for that. Madam City Manager, do you have a report?
No report tonight, thank you.
Well done.
Equally so. We'll now move on to our city attorney report.
It's going to be as long as always. I have nothing to report.
Okay, in which case the agenda forecast item and the commission minutes are on the agenda. There's no closed session. And
everything.
our adjournment instructions are not here.
To the next meeting.
Hold on just a moment.
March 17th.
In which case we'll be adjourning to a 5 o'clock adjourned regular meeting on Tuesday, March 17th. We stand adjourned.